I want to start the day just covering a couple of quick topics that we talked about yesterday in a bit more detail. I mentioned about the energetic effects of the purple celestial quartz, also known as candle quartz, and that through a type of natural alchemy, the Mars energy that's connected to iron has been transmuted in the earth from that red quality toward this purple type of quality. And it creates an energetic effect that's quite similar to lithium. And so I mentioned that one of the benefits of this, in addition to the fact that unlike lithium quartz, this is actually covered with terminations all over it. What looks like the dripping of the wax is termination of multiple points, which lithium quartz doesn't have. You can get much larger pieces of this, because not many people know about this stone, at a cheaper price than you can lithium quartz, which large pieces are very expensive coming from Brazil. It has a similar effect. So as far as applying it, we're going to talk about later today broadcasting beneficial energy in a space, but there's also this very simple use of actually holding it and the effect of holding it. So there's a couple of healers that I know that after they learned about the use of this in the class we taught with this last year, that when they have clients come in who are agitated, the first thing they do is they give them this stone to hold. And they say, I'll just be back in a couple of minutes, just hold this stone. And when they come back, the person's very, very settled. So again, it has a lithium type of effect just when a person holds it, in addition to using it for broadcast purposes. And what you'll find is that we'd mentioned that all of those stones I covered yesterday are stones with a strong centering vibration, which makes them in that sense adaptogenic, in addition to their other vibrational qualities that we listed in that section. And what you'll find for this particular stone, the purple celestial, is that it tends to be that the stronger the color is, that you'll get a stronger effect of the centering vibration. That seems to be a connection between the two. Because I've seen some of the stones from not too far away from that deposit that are just clear in color, and I didn't find the centering vibration in them. And I do find very strong intensities when the color is very strong. So for those of you that know how to test for the centering vibration, those that have taken the biogeometry course, have a BG3 pendulum, that sort of thing, you can test that for yourself. So for the adaptogenic stones, like everything, there's natural variations. So all of the ocean jasper, all the purple celestial we have, etc., all those adaptogenic stones, if you test them, they have the centering vibration. But some may have it in greater intensity than others, based on a variety of factors which could be examined and identified, such as the intensity of the color, which means that there's a particular energy associated with that alchemical transformation of the mineral in the stone that apparently gives that energy quality. Some of the ocean jasper may have stronger intensity of the centering vibration than others, which may be an artifact of the amount of internally packed spheres or orbs inside of it, these kinds of things. So there are natural variations. They will all, if they're part of this main group, have that centering vibration to an unusually high degree, but there can be variations within the group. So always bear that in mind. Now the next thing I wanted to mention is that At the start of class yesterday, we went through an entire series of some of the most common ways that stones are tampered with today and that they're altered to be sold on the market. And so I've brought in for you an archetypal piece of baked or heated amethyst that is sold on the market as citrine. And this is what you'll see when they sell fake citrine on the market. Now the thing is that legally they can call it citrine. The mineralogical societies, they say that it counts as whatever stone it appears to be with heat treatment or irradiation. That for them is fine, because of course they have no concept of vibration, they have no concept of the energy of it. It's just a matter of how it looks. So they're defining citrine not as a particular natural mineral of a particular quality. They're defining it as quartz that looks orange. And so since it looks orange, that's now citrine. But originally it was amethyst. Now look at the difference between a naturally occurring citrine and this. It's a very big difference. So there is some orange in naturally occurring citrine, but it tends to be more subtle, and it tends to be a bit more toward the orange-yellow part of the band, rather than this type of very strong orange or burnt orange. But of course they found that once they heated it, people bought this over this. They say, oh, that doesn't look like very good color, this looks like great color, I'll buy that instead. But if you test it, this doesn't have the energy of citrine. It won't do for you what citrine will do. Another way to look at it is that the natural forms of citrine tend to be a bit more tabular. So it's a bit like these flat parallel edges across from each other, more of a flat plane sort of thing. As opposed to amethyst grows in this type of shape. Sometimes people call it a dog tooth. So see, this is two very different shapes. That are involved. The baked amethyst looks like the dog tooth and is more of a flat tabular form very often with the citrine. Also, you won't find with the citrine this type of dense white matrix bottom, and you almost always see that with baked amethyst because they're basically amethyst clusters that they've broken off of. Also, you don't often find citrine that has the multiple points on it. Amethyst grows like that all the time. But if you find a whole bunch of points gathered around the citrine, that would be extremely unusual. Most citrine doesn't have it. So those are a few pointers for telling the baked amethyst from the true citrine. The shape of it is different. The white matrix bottom is different. Having multiple points associated like a cluster is different. And vibrationally, it's quite different. So if I think about what citrine is often used for esoterically, citrine is said to be a stone of prosperity. So what is the association between citrine and prosperity? Well, we discussed yesterday with the qualities of some of the different stones that the orange quality is a very strong purgative. It helps to purge toxic energy out of the body. That happens at an energetic level, but also then has an effect on the mental and emotional levels. So when you use the orange vibration does connect to the lower chakras. They are connected to the orange vibration in resonance. But there's also the aspect that the orange will help to expel from the lower chakras various types of blockages, whether they're in the energetic body or in the emotional or mental body, that are in the way of prosperity. As we mentioned yesterday, if you do energetic analysis of people, you find if the base and reproductive chakras are not strong, they will tend not to be highly prosperous. There's been whole studies of that done by people in energy medicine circles, where they studied people connected to the law of attraction work. And so they found who it worked for and who it didn't. And it wasn't just a matter of what they were saying or externally thinking. It was a matter of what their energy system was doing. And so the lower chakras need to be very open, particularly the base chakras. The base chakra connects you to the earth. Prosperity has to do with having abundance with the earth and with the physical plane. So one of the reasons that citrine was prized in the first place is that if you look at this, you might say, oh, that looks a little dark, maybe it's slightly orange, looks kind of yellow. But if I test it for the beneficial band of orange, which I have my horizontal pendulum set for, on a true citrine, then even if it doesn't look that orange, a true citrine will test for very strong beneficial orange band. And that's the key thing for all these stones. The visible color is a guide to some of the vibrations that are present. That's true, but that's just one part of it. Often it's that invisible vibration that's even more important. Again, for something like the indigo gabbro, it may look more toward the mystic merlinite, it may look more toward the indigo part of the band, but actually it tests at least as strong in the violet part. So again,
เวลาเทส
It's
ก็
not
คือ
just
เท
the
สแบบเอาสีไอ้หมุนตรงเพนดูลัมแล้วก็เทสดูว่าเป็นสีอะไร ถ้าเป็นสีนั้นมันก็จะหมุนแบบตามเข็มนาฬิกาอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมคะ
visible color. So a true citrine has extremely strong beneficial orange. So it works very well for this activating of the lower chakras in resonance or as a functional effect of helping to purge toxicity. So that's the true citrine. And if I test it for the marker I showed you yesterday for artificially heated stones that I had found in vibrational testing, which is the vertical band of infrared, also red, but I focus first on vertical band of infrared. If I test the natural citrine, interesting thing is that people would say, oh, well, you know, it got heated in the earth to have that citrine color. So it's no different if I heat it up in an oven. That's not true at all. The Earth's alchemical process is totally different than your oven. So I don't get that strong vertical infrared coming off of the natural citrine. But if I test the baked amethyst, then you'll get very strong vertical wave of infrared. Again, that's what I found as the common marker for heated stones. So I wanted to make that clear for you because, again, I see a lot of people getting ripped off.
ว่าไอ้ vertical เนี่ยถ้ามาเทสแล้วถ้ามันหมุนตาม clockwise มีความหมายว่าอะไรแล้วก็หมุนตาม anti clockwise มีความหมายว่ายังไงเนี่ยถ้ามันเห็นไม่ใช่เอา vertical มาตรวจเนี่ยถ้ามันหมุนตามหมายเหมือนกับหมุนทวนไหม
With
อันนี้
citrine.
อยากจะรู้นะเดี๋ยวลองฟังดูนะจะมีไหมเนี่ย
And although people would say, oh, well, that doesn't look as nice as that color, this isn't going to do anything for you. The vibration from this will. So we have some of the true citrine in the back, but I wanted to show you a comparison. Because next time you go into a rock shop or to a gem show, take a look at what they're selling for citrine, and I guarantee you'll see a bunch of stuff like this sold for high dollar because they can sell this for 3 times the amount of amethyst, at least. And for the big geodes, sometimes more than 3 times. Like I mentioned, the person selling a so-called citrine geode that was pure amethyst for $3,500. And, you know, basically what are you getting? You're getting a vertical wave of orange from it, which is not a great thing, as well as the vertical infrared, etc. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the next section, which is clearing detrimental energy. We want to look at the best crystal types for absorbing toxic energies from a person or location. So for the way that I approach topics, I always try to approach any field of study according to core principles, where things can be organized or grouped. Because I've seen a lot of books on crystals and gone to courses and things where people present a lot of different stones in kind of a random fashion and make various claims for what they do. Again, often they use a very simplistic form of typing the stone according to its visible color connected to a chakra. Like I said yesterday, all green stones are then heart stones. Well, that's probably a little amorphous. There's a lot further we can go with that. And I think it's very helpful to be able to group the stones into particular areas. So there's a particular group of stones that work really well to deal with detrimental energy. So there's many, many stones that can do this, and even stones that I'm going to talk about later as being primarily for beneficial energy, they can be used to absorb detrimental energy. It's just that's not what they're best for. It's a matter of what gives you the best bang for your buck. What is the energetic function of the thing the best for? It's just like a human being. A particular human being, you can probably get them to clean your house, but maybe they do a really crappy job. But nonetheless, they did some half-assed job cleaning your house. But if I put them doing something else, and maybe they're a fantastic healer and have them heal somebody, they do a great job healing somebody. Cleaning, they're not so good. So it's the same thing with stones. They may be really good in a particular function, and you can get them to do something else, but they're not highly effective in that. So as a general rule, the best crystals for absorbing toxic energies tend to be the darker stones. And that's just basic energetic physics. If something is of a dark color, it absorbs light, it absorbs energy. That's the whole concept of the color and its effect. So when I was in the Marine Corps in the nuclear biological chemical field, and we studied things like nuclear radiation, atomic blast, etc. It's well known that if you're wearing white, the white reflects back the photonic charge from the atomic blast, and it doesn't burn your body the way it does if you have black on the body. You get terrible burns over the body if you wear black, because the black absorbs the radiation. And so black is a natural absorbent. It's very, very significant for that. Now, there are other aspects of the black band, too, that are extremely interesting. Some of the deepest aspects spiritually belong to the black band once you start getting into the astral and higher spiritual levels. That's where you're getting into the original primal creatrix void. But that's a deeper topic that gets more into the spiritual. For right now, for energetic purposes, that dark color means it has a natural tendency to absorb. And so, as we're going to see later, some of the stones that really broadcast beneficial energy are sometimes the clear stones or the lighter colored stones. So again, technically any stone can and will absorb toxic energies. Doesn't matter what its color is. It could be the lightest color stone in the world, and we think of the white as reflective, but nonetheless that clear quartz is going to absorb toxic energy if you put it in a toxic area. That's why I mentioned before that we have to clear our stones all the time, because all stones will absorb energy. And for things like quartz, when they absorb toxic energy, they will, at a certain point, become saturated. And once they're completely saturated, it's like a sponge. You can put a sponge in water, and at a certain point, it can't absorb any more water. And if you pick it up, it's just dripping water. It won't absorb anymore, it's just like letting it out. Same thing is true for stones. So things like clear quartz, if you put that in front of your computer to absorb the toxic energy, it'll work for a short time, then it'll become saturated. And then the problem, of course, with quartz is that you're going to get a natural tendency for it to do what it does best, which is radiate energy outward. And so whatever you've infused it with, if I infuse a particular thought form or a particular energy quality into a clear quartz, that's then going to be radiated from the form of quartz. Now that's why, of course, they would do things like erecting quartz-bearing stones on sacred power spots in the ancient world. Why would they drag stones for huge distances and set them up on particular locations? These were often quartz-bearing stones erected on sacred power spots because they would then emanate the beneficial centering vibration from the sacred power spot much, much further because of the way the quartz can resonate with the energy. Now, this is one reason why I started our looking into crystals yesterday with Vogel's work, because Vogel really looked at the way that quartz crystal has a particular vibrational quality based on its internal lattice structure and how that connects to the Great Pyramid and how it's in resonance with water, etc. So quartz is an incredible stone for radiating energy. So if you infuse it with toxic energy, expect that's what you're going to get radiated out. Infuse it with beneficial energy, you'll get that from it. The stones are going to basically perform their function whether you give them something good or bad to do. So always bear that in mind for keeping them clear. Now what you'll find though is that the lighter colored stones will tend to saturate very quickly. The dark colored stones can take a lot. They're workhorses when it comes to detrimental energy. They can absorb tremendous amounts of detrimental energy and keep on ticking and not radiate them outward. So a few of these that we want to talk about here. One of the prime stones for absorbing toxic energy is obsidian. Now, technically, it's said that obsidian is a type of volcanic glass rather than a stone per se. But we have to bear in mind that when we say it's a volcanic glass because it's made of cooled lava and it doesn't grow like a crystal, which is completely true. It's cooled lava. It's not grown like a crystal. You don't find natural crystals of obsidian. But we have to bear in mind it's 70%, often over 70% silicon dioxide. So it's quite similar to quartz in some ways, even though it is a volcanic glass. And energetically, what happens with it is that because it's from cooled lava, another aspect of understanding stones is understanding their elemental qualities. Like we talked about ocean jasper. Ocean jasper has a particular aspect of water where it actually looks like moving water on its surface. It's very dynamic. But also, where it comes from, it's exposed to all the elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And so when you wear it, you feel this tremendous amount of elemental energy coming from it. Well, there's tremendous fire energy that's inherent with the obsidian. And so that's connected to its capacity to deal with these types of toxic energies. It acts as a type of, a friend of mine would say it acts like an energetic black hole. It can just keep absorbing toxic energy to a tremendous degree. Long after other stones would have stopped absorbing or would have even have shattered from the amount of toxic energy, obsidian will keep on pulling in toxic energy. It's extremely effective, one of the most effective stones for absorbing detrimental energy. It's also very good for setting up for things such as what we're going to refer to as a diversionary target. One of the classical methods of psychic self-defense and energetic protective work is the concept of when a detrimental energy would be coming to a person, whether from an environment or from a conscious attack by people that understand metaphysical principles, that you can set up a diversionary target that would, instead of the person's energy field taking the hit, it'll go instead to the secondary target. And so the obsidian, when we program it, when we give it the instruction, because again, I prefer the term instruction to programming, but people commonly use the term programming, then we can instruct it to absorb the toxic energy that otherwise would enter into a person's energy field. And it's important when you tell it this that you're very, very clear about only absorb toxic energy. I like to use the term to absorb and hold within your own structure all detrimental energies, entities, and thought forms. These are some of the most common things you see people getting lodged in their field. Detrimental energies, entities, and thought forms. A person doesn't have to be a conscious, dark magician to harm a person through negative states of thought and emotion. Anything that we think, anything that we feel, becomes an active energy we project outward. And that's easily proven with the vibrational radiesthesia work. Whatever energy quality a person is generating internally is going to immediately be broadcast out of their field. And so if a person starts going through internal states of blessing and prayer, you'll find at that moment their field starts broadcasting the beneficial centering vibration out of their field. But if I then shift to thinking something less happy, then boop, it'll stop. Go back to connecting to a divine source, it starts again. So when people are sending angry, upset, blaming thoughts at other people, that's a type of thought form arrow that goes toward them. Even if they're not conscious, they're harming them. And most people, of course, today just think, oh, well, you don't have to pay for your thoughts. I can think anything about a person. But actually, it always affects the person, as well as oneself. You're poisoning yourself at the same time as you're attacking them. One of the first rules in all types of spiritual development is self-observation. It doesn't matter if you're learning from the Russian teacher Gurdjieff, where the first practice he gives you is self-remembering, or you're with the Buddhist and the first practice is mindfulness, or whether you're working with the Rosicrucians and the first practice is to observe your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. It all starts with self-observation. And you don't try to change it, you just observe it and become aware of what is the actual content of my thoughts, feelings, and actions. And then if you work with radiesthesia, you can actually test what is the vibrational quality of my thoughts, feelings, and actions. Because we're constantly justifying to ourselves that, oh, this person screwed me over so badly that it's fine that I'm thinking these nasty things about them. They deserve it. They asked for it. And so once you test that energy of what you're generating, you're realizing that you're soaking yourself in detrimental radiations as well as broadcasting it into the space around you. So that's why in all these traditions, the first step is self-observation. You have to, through what is one aspect of what Gurdjieff called the terror of the situation, start seeing that you are literally broadcasting detrimental energies all the time and creating detrimental thought forms. And through the shock connected to that realization, stop doing so, and then start consciously generating things of a more beneficial nature. And that's a constant activity for us, because often through our childhood we have deeply ingrained patterns of negative thought and feelings and behavior. And it's one thing to say to somebody, oh, you should change that. That's like saying to an upset person, oh, you should just calm down. You know, it takes a little bit of constant work to reinforce that to get to the goal. But this is very relevant to our topic here of clearing detrimental energy, because we often think of clearing detrimental energy as protecting ourselves from the detrimental energy of the people around us and from the environment around us. But the other deeper part of it is we have to start protecting the people and the environment from us. And that's not the way we normally approach it. It's normally, oh, I want to protect myself, because of course I'm the good guy, I'm the hero of my own story. And of course I don't do anything wrong. But once you go to the deeper levels, you have to protect other people from you as much as protect you from them. And so understanding this whole principle, clearing up what we're working with internally, also has the benefit of what in biogeometry we refer to as breaking detrimental resonance. Because whenever any two systems are vibrating at the same quality, at the same vibration, if they're in the same vibrational band, they will start exchanging energy and information like a antenna tuned to a signal. And so if you're in really negative state with another person, y'all are constantly sending hostile thought forms back and forth. That's a state of detrimental resonance. If we can break that by getting into a more beneficial state, then we're no longer going to absorb as much toxicity from them, just as we're no longer projecting toxicity toward the other person. But in the real world, we also have the issue that we do live in toxic environments, and we are getting all types of toxic energies from other people on a regular basis. So again, obsidian works very, very well. It can hold an instruction well for a long period of time. It can absorb tremendous amounts of detrimental energy and still be working weeks or even months later, when other stones would have already broken down long before. And so I mentioned a moment ago, you working with it as a diversionary target to be able to literally have it instructed to take any hits that your field would take and then move it to itself. Now, another variant of this is that you can have something like a necklace of obsidian and wear the necklace around your neck to basically absorb all detrimental energy, entities, and thought forms in the environment around you, and to have it held within the structure of the obsidian and not be released until you come back to clear it. And
พี่เจี๊ยบที่บอกว่าเราสามารถสั่งแบบออกคำสั่งแบบหรือแบบโปรแกรมได้นี่คือหมายถึงว่าเราแบบบอกเขาเหรอคะคือเราบอกหินเหรอเราแบบโปรแกรมอืม เราต้องบอกเขาเลยใช่ไหมอ่าดีใช้ที่ซื้อมาจากเวสิก้าดียังไม่ได้บอกเขาเลยอ่ะอืมอืมอืมเฉพาะเจาะจงเขาไปว่าโอเคแบบเธอช่วยสมมติว่าเราจะใช้อันนี้เธอช่วยเคลียร์พลังงานลบที่อยู่ในตัวออกไปอะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมก็คือต้องแบบเหมือนบอกเขาหรือว่าแบบช่วยแอบสอบพลังงานลบที่จะเข้ามากระทบกับตัวเราอะไรแบบนี้ใช่ไหมคะพลังงานลบอยู่แล้วอืมสเปซอืมน่าจะหลับค่ะ
Also,
ก็
of
แบบ
course, remember to
อิ
tell
นส
it
ตรักอะไรเนี่ย
that no one but yourself can alter or end this instruction. It's, it's somewhat funny, although also kind of alarming, but there are cases where a person will instruct a stone as a diversionary target or to absorb detrimental energies when they are in dangerous psychic situations with other people. And the person that's doing the psychic attack simply comes in and changes the instruction to the crystal. You will now no longer absorb the detrimental energies, etc., coming from me. You will actually help to attract them, etc., etc. They'll leverage it in a different way. That's why it's important to tell the very literally minded stone, only I can change or end this particular instruction. If all this
อืมอืมอืมอืม
sounds like a very bizarre paranoid fantasy to you, that's fine. Go to your happy place for a short period of time.
อืมอ๋อจะเปิดคอร์สสอนเลย อืมไม่ก็เอาสอนที่แบบเหมือนแบบเราเอาไปใช้ได้ไงเพราะว่าเราจะได้รู้ว่าอ๋อโอเคมันคือมันมีแบบจุดหลักแบบนี้อะไรเงี้ยเพราะอย่างดีเองอะถ้าไม่บอกแบบเนี้ยคือดีก็ไม่รู้นะดีก็อาจจะแค่บอกว่าโอเคแบบให้เธอดูดพลังงานลบจากอะไรอย่างเงี้ยคือดีไม่รู้ว่าอ๋อโอเคมันจะต้องมีแบบพอยว่าแบบเธอห้ามรับคำสั่งจากคนอื่นนอกจากฉันอันนี้คือดีแบบไม่เคยรู้มาก่อนนะว่าเราต้องแบบนี้ได้ด้วยเหรอแล้วเขามีกรณีที่แบบเหมือนมีคนที่แบบคิดไม่ดีสามารถที่จะบอกว่าให้ส่งพลังงานนั้นกลับมาให้เราได้ด้วยเหรออะไรอย่างเงี้ยอันนี้คือแบบไม่รู้จริงๆอืมอืมโหเจ๋งง่ายเอออืมอืมเหรอเหรออืมเยอะไปหมดอันนี้เยอะมากอ่ะอืมมันต้องมีอะไรเพื่อนดีตอนช่วงที่เขาแบบไม่รู้ว่าเขาเป็นอะไรอ่ะแล้วเขานึกว่าเขาแบบบ้าแน่ๆเขาถึงขั้นแบบนอนไม่ได้แบบต้องกินยานอนหลับอ่ะพวกแบบอะไรอะเมลาโทนินกินอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเพื่อให้ตัวเองหลับเพราะไม่อย่างนั้นมันแบบมันอยู่ชีวิตไม่ได้ดำรงชีวิตไม่ได้แบบนอนไม่ได้เป็นอาทิตย์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเออแบบก็ทรมานอยู่ ใช่ตอนนี้มันก็บอกก็ปล่อยมันหรือบางทีมันไม่ไหวมันก็ตะโกนมาแบบจะเอาอะไรจะเอายังไงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันบอกว่าอยากได้อะไรก็บอกมัน
ก็หลับในทองแดงแล้วก็จะหลับได้
อ๋อเหรอคะใส่ทองแดง
ในทองแดง
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวต้องฝากพี่แก้มแหม่มสั่งซะหน่อยละ
จริงใช่ไหมเอาจริงใช่ไหม
เอาจริงเดียวจริงพี่แก้มแหม่มดิมไม่ได้แบบดิ
คลื่น
มเป็นคนแบบไอ้นี้มาก
หนึ่งคลื่นก็จะมีแต่กำไรสองคลื่นก็จะมีหัวด้วย
ๆค่ะ
คลื่น
เอาแบบพี่แก้มแหม่มอะ
แบบอยากดูไหมเนี่ยเดี๋ยวให้ดูที่
ดู
รัด
ค่ะ
พุง
ที่รัดพุง นึกถึงแบบหนังจักรวงเลยอะ
สมัยก่อนนักรบอ่ะมันไม่ใช่มันเป็นอย่างนั้นจริงๆที่กำแหม่มก็เพิ่งรู้เวลา
อืมโอ้ยพี่กระแหม่มไม่หนักเหรอ
หนักก็ต้องใส่อ่ะถ้าจะใส่อ่ะนี่
ก็จริง
อันนี้หนึ่งสองสามสี่คลื่น
โอ้โหเจ๋งอ่ะ
เอ๊ะไม่ค่อยอืดถ้าใส่อ่ะ
น่าสั่งมาก
แต่ต้องของจริงนะถ้าของทำเรียนแบบมันก็ไม่รู้เขาได้ใส่พลัง
เมื่อกี้ดีจะเล่าอะไรนะดีลืมอ่ะอืมดีจะเล่าอะไรไม่รู้ว่าดีจำไม่ได้แล้วลืมไปแล้วเนี่ยอืม
สั่งไม่ต้องไปสั่งไวซิก้าเนาะอยากได้ของเล่นนะสั่งลาซาด้าสั่งอยู่อันนี้ถูก200กี่ร้อยนี่ได้มาเยอะแยะเลยให้มาเยอะแยะอันนี้
เขาทำมาให้เหรอ
เอเอเอพวกจะไม่ได้ว่าช้อปปี้หรือลาซาด้าพอ
อื
ถ่าย
ม
แล้วมันจะขึ้นมาให้เขาเซิร์ช
อื
อันนี้
ม
มันถูกมากพี่กันก็เลยลองสั่งมาดูแต่ว่าจะเป็นทองแดงจริงไหมไม่รู้แต่ว่าเงาวับเลย
อืม
แล้วยังมีที่คาดหัวอีกนะ
มีค่าหัวด้วย
นี่ของที่ผู้กองทำให้อันนี้คือแบบหนึ่ง
เอาของที่ผู้กองทำให้ดีกว่าพี่กระแหม่ม
หนึ่งหนึ่งคลื่นของพี่กระแหม่ม
ค่ะ
คลื่นที่มีหัวหนึ่งคลื่นก็นอนหลับแล้วใส่แล้วก็นอนหลับ
พี่กระแหม่มดีเอาอย่างละชุดค่ะ
อย่างละชุดคืออย่างละ2 อันใช่ไหม
ใช่ค่ะเท่าไหร่อ่ะพี่กระแหม่ม
ของพี่กระแหม่มเขาไม่คิดตังค์พี่กระแหม่มให้เอง
อืม
ไม่เคยคิดตังค์เลยเขาไม่ได้ทำขายเขาทำสนุกของเขาอะ
อืม
อย่างก็โป๊ตามใจพี่กระแหม่มแบบตามใจเขาอะแต่
ค่ะ
ของช้อปปี้เนี่ยมันถูกมากเลยนะโอ้โหกี่ชิ้นต่อกี่ชิ้นก็ไม่รู้มีแถมแหวนให้อีกด้วยช้อปปี้อะแล้วงามด้วยนะช้อปปี้งานมันงามมากเลยอะ
มันใช้เครื่องทำอะค่ะ
น่าจะใช่ ทีนี้มันอาจจะได้ผลระดับทองแดงของมันเองอะนะแต่ขอให้เป็นทองแดงแท้เราก็ไม่รู้ล่ะแต่
ค่ะ
เงาแต่ของผู้กองนี่ทองแดงไม่ค่อยสวยอะแต่ว่าเคยตรวจด้วยไอ้เครื่องอะไรนะ EMF EMF ที่ว่าตรวจเวลาที่บอกให้ฟังว่าไอ้โน้ตบุ๊กมือถือชาร์จอยู่อ่ะมันจะปุ๊บ208700จะพังหรืออะไรงั้นน่ากลัว
อืม
แล้วพอมาจ่ออันนี้ของเราใส่อยู่อะมันก็ลดลงมากับเป็นสีน้ำเงิน
อื
เป็น
ม
ก็
แสดงว่าได้ผล
แต่ของอันนี้ยังไม่เคยลองของที่ซื้อจากช้อปปี้ไม่เคยลองอืมเนี่ยก็ให้มาก็ แต่ของช้อปปี้นี่มันโอ้โหมีให้หน้าให้ใส่ชอบใส่มีทุกอย่างเลยนะ400-500200-300เองมั้งเนี่ยกี่ชิ้นมีแถมแหวนเด็กแหวนไม่ได้สั่งก็แถม
แถมให้
เพิ่งรู้ว่าโอ้โลกภายนอกกำลังบ้ากันขนาดนี้เลยนะแรกๆเคยรู้จักเอานี่ผู้กองทำไม่นี่ให้ก็ยังไม่เคยมาใส่คือถ้าของผู้กองใส่แล้วน่าจะเหมือนคลาสสิกมากโบราณเพราะมือทำนี่ vibration
โอ้โห
นี่ออกรถ ออกรบได้เลยเนี่ยถ้าคนโบราณ
เหมือนคนโบราณเลยพี่แก้มแหม่ม
เอาไอ้นั่นไอ้มงคลใส่แล้วออกรบกับพม่าได้เลยเนี่ยแต่เวลาทำเนี่ยเขาตั้งใจมากนะเขาก็มีบทสวดบทสวดแล้วมันก็มีสวดคาถาให้ด้วย intention ด้วยอะไรด้วยช้อปปี้ไม่มีหรอก
ไม่มีหรอกค่ะช้อปปี้ขายปริมาณค่ะ
ได้นะจะสั่งให้
time. I'll cycle past this soon and get to something happier. But, you know, for those of you, I'm giving you the good word, this is something to be aware of. So I do find obsidian necklaces to be very helpful. Obsidian necklaces are cheap. You can get them in various sizes from very small to very large. If you know you deal with very toxic environments or toxic people, I would recommend getting obsidian necklaces with larger chunks in them. They can hold more toxic energy. And one thing that's very interesting to do is if you're going into a challenging situation in the morning, you get your obsidian necklace and you test it. If you have these pendulums, test it for vertical negative green and see if there's any in it. And if it's clear, there won't be any vertical negative green. So you put it on in the morning, you've instructed it to absorb all toxic energies, entities, and thought forms that otherwise would lodge into my energy field or physical body. At the end of the day, you come back, take it off, and now test it and see how much vertical negative green is in it. And sometimes you'll get a helicopter spin of vertical negative green. And all of that would have been in your body and energy field if the stone hadn't taken the hit for you. Now, this is something known to every major spiritual tradition. They don't talk about it much, but particularly teachers of great spiritual traditions who do a lot of public work, they will often do things where they will wear articles of clothing or stones that are very consciously instructed to take the hit for the person. There was one particular person did a lot of public work. He taught energetic healing and various types of advanced spirituality. And he would absorb so much toxic energy from his large audiences because people are constantly projecting all types of crazy content upon anyone who teaches esotericism that he started to do this thing where he would cover himself in silk and he would wear these type of silk shawl types of things around himself when he was teaching. And the thing about this is that silk is an insulator. So if you ever want to protect stones or cover them in some way energetically, cover them with silk. Silk works as an insulator. Now that's why in systems like pranic healing, they say if you're going to be projecting energy toward a person in pranic healing for a beneficial energetic effect, that they shouldn't be wearing leather or silk. It's fine if they're wearing cotton, etc. That's permeable. But you have to realize that nature creates certain types of natural coverings, whether it's silk, that's from an organic being, from the worm, or whether it's leather, which is actually the hide of an animal. It's created by nature to be protective, to protect it from external detrimental radiations, so it doesn't penetrate through the epidermis and go into the internal organs where it could be dangerous. So leather acts as an insulator from detrimental energies. So does fur. Today, it's not fashionable to wear fur. And I agree with not clubbing baby seals and that sort of thing. That's a horrible thing. But classically, people always wore fur. And to me, it's a bit of a waste. If you're going to slaughter the animal for food anyway, and it has fur, it's a matter, I'm like a Native American, honor the animal by doing something with its body rather than just throwing it away. Fur is extremely protective, as is leather, as is silk. So they act as insulators. That's just a natural fact. And so this particular teacher would have a big silk shawl on, and they would use hand scanning. So we'd scan it for the energy to begin with, no detrimental energies. At the end of the night, it had so much detrimental energy that in some cases they couldn't even wash it to clear it. They just had to burn it. And so be aware of some of these basic rules when it comes to insulation and detrimental energies. Also, you can use this principle of testing for the detrimental vertical waves with any type of use of stones. So if I'm going to have a obsidian out in a location to absorb toxic energy, number one, you don't want to attract those toxic energies in a location to a place that is inappropriate. You don't want to attract them into your bedroom where you're sleeping. So I wouldn't set up a diversionary target or a main absorber of detrimental energy in a space in my bedroom. And I also wouldn't do it in the kitchen, because that's where my food is. Where's a good place to put it? One good place to put it is on the back of the toilet tank and have it there to absorb all the detrimental energy. Why? Because that's the place that you get rid of all your crap. So,
พี่เจี๊ยบในของพี่เจี๊ยบดีขอนอกเรื่องนิดนึงนะคะส่ง Human Design มาให้แล้ว แล้วให้ดีทำยังไงต่อนะคะ อ๋อ แล้วอย่างนี้ Human Design ดีต้องคุยกับอ๋อหมายถึงอ๋อหมายถึงดีต้องคุยกับเขาใช่ไหม
จะถามนิดนึงอะเรื่องจีนคีอะภาษาไทยเนี่ยมันมีรายละเอียดเยอะมากเลยนะเจี๊ยบทีนี้มันแปลมาจากภาษาอังกฤษไหมเพราะว่ามีบางคำมันความหมายมันรู้สึกว่าไม่ค่อยลงตัวอะอยากจะเห็นฉบับภาษาอังกฤษอะมีไหมเจี๊ยบตอนทำภาษาไทยให้พี่แก้มทำจากอันนั้นน่ะจะอันนั้นจะมีไม่มีรายละเอียดนะไม่มีรายละเอียดของไทยนะไทยนี่แปลมาจากไหนอะ ไม่มีเป็นภาษาของภาษาไทยเนี่ยชุดนี้ไม่มีเป็นภาษาอังกฤษภาษาอังกฤษที่ให้มามันเหมือนกับเป็นต้นฉบับแบบสรุปเหมือนกับเป็น Human Design งั้นมันมีเหมือนกับแม่บทอะแต่ว่าไม่มีรายละเอียดไงฉะนั้นแปลเป็นไทยแล้วมันไม่ได้ความหมายไงแต่ถ้าพี่แก้มแหม่มได้เห็นภาษาอังกฤษเนี่ยอาจจะตีความหมายได้ลงตัวมากขึ้นอะข้างหลัง
เขาบอกดี
ก็ยังเป็นแม่บทสรุปแม่บทเบื้องต้นอ่ะ
เขาบอกว่าดีเป็น manifester พี่
ว้าวแน่นอนอยู่แล้ว
ไม่รู้ดูตรงไหนเนี่ยดีก็อ่านเร็วๆนะแบบเปิดเนี่ยเขาบอก your type manifester ใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวนะเขาบอกเขาบอก type manifester อันที่หนึ่งเป็น manifester initiator อันที่สองเป็น type generator หรือ alchemist อันที่สามเขาบอกดีเป็น manifester generator หรือ time bender อันอ๋อ อ๋อคือแบบว่าแบบ total คือมี5 type อย่างเงี้ยเหรอแต่ว่าดีอะเป็น type แต่ว่าดีอะเป็น type manifester แบบนี้ใช่ไหมอ๋ออ๋อนี่คือเขาบอกเฉยๆว่าคนทั่วไปอ๋ออะไรอ๋อโอเคเห็นไหมนี่ขนาดอ่านยังงงเลยเอ้ยอ๋อเดี๋ยวต้องไปอ่าน
ต้องอ่านหลายๆเที่ยวเลยเพราะว่าศัพท์
เอ
ที่ใช้
อจริงจริง
manifesto
นะแหม่มเหรอ อืม
เศษก็ไม่ถึงเพราะว่าเราไม่รู้เบื้องหลังของมันอะเช่นว่าพูดถึง genius แปลว่าอะไรไม่ต้องการจะบอกว่าอะไร genius shadow คืออะไร shadow มันมีได้เซนส์มันมีได้หลายความหมายไงมันต้องอ่านแล้วอ่านอีกแล้วเดาเอ่อแต่ก่อนคุยคือเราก็พยายามที่จะย่อยให้ได้ก่อนถึงย่อยแล้วไปคุยบางทีมันเยอะมากอะบางทีอยากจะถามถึงเวลาแล้วนึกไม่ออกไอ้ตอนนั้นเราจะถามเรื่องอะไร การที่ทำเพจได้เนี่ยไอ้คีย์เวิร์ดมันน่ะเราต้องมีเบสิกไงพอเราไม่มีเบสิกแล้วเนี่ยมันหลงเรื่อยแหละมันหลงเรื่อยมันแค่พูดถึงเรื่องคีย์อะไรมันก็หลงมากพออยู่แล้วนะแต่อันนั้นมันจำเป็นต้องไปดูรายละเอียดในการอธิบายคีย์ 60คีย์ 40อะไรเนี่ยแต่ไอ้ตัวเบสิกศัพท์เบสิกน่ะเราไม่มีความรู้เราต้องมาคลำเนี่ยมันก็ contemplate ไม่ค่อยถูกอะมันต้องหมายถึงอะไร genius แล้วหมายถึงอะไร
ค่ะยังใช้เวลาค่ะ
เข้าใจมากขึ้น
That works well. You can also just have it out in a larger space, like in a living room or something of that kind, the main entry space of a office to absorb toxic energy. Now, again, one of the other applications of this is what
พี่เจี๊ย
is
บ
going to be
สรุป
mentioned
คือ
later
อ
in
อ
your
บซิเดี
handout.
ยนน่ะ เอาไว้ในห้องน้ำบนโถห้องน้ำ
มันเป็นหินภูเขา
as a guardian or a gateway stone. Obsidian works great as a guardian or a gateway stone, and that's normally set up literally next to a portal. So, like next to the main entrance into an office or into a house. And then you instruct that crystal to absorb all the detrimental energy, entities, thought forms off of the people that enter in. Now, again, you can't do anything about and make them this or that or the other thing. You can't say, and then make them buy things, or then make them sign my contract, or then make them marry me, or then make them have sex with me, or anything of that kind. No embedded commands. The ones I just covered.
ของดีอ่ะคือดีรู้สึกว่าเหมือนฝรั่งอ่ะเขาไม่ได้มีแบบลูกกอกเหมือนประเทศไทยใช่ป่ะเขาก็อาจจะใช้แบบ เหมือนแบบใช้หินน่ะเพราะว่าหินเป็นเหมือนอะไรนะประหนึ่งเป็นอะไรอ่ะ con consciousness ใช่ไหมเขาก็แบบออกคำสั่งเพราะเขาแบบต้องสั่งหินใช่ไหมว่าออกคำสั่งให้หินทำแบบนี้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เหมือนเมืองไทยที่แบบสั่งลูกกอกเนาะมันก็ถือว่ามันก็แบบผิดอ่ะมันก็ผิดที่จะทำแบบนั้นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเพราะว่าเหมือนออกคำสั่งให้เขาทำอะไรบางอย่างที่แบบบังคับเขาอะโดยที่เขาไม่ได้เต็มใจอะไรอย่างเงี้ยดีคิดว่าเป็นแบบนั้นนะ
ลูกกอกเนี่ยชัดเจนอะว่ามีกิมมิกแน่นอนนะ
ใช่
แต่ไทยเรามีสีพึ่งทาปากให้คนหลงไม่รู้นะ
Covered are some of the 5 most common commands I find people using inappropriately. Don't do any of those. So you can't get them to do anything specifically, but you can, again, just like the monkey picking the lice off the other monkey, you can like take some of the crap off of their field, and I think that's absolutely fine. That's like I just kind of hosed them down before they came in the room sort of thing. So the gateway stone is another thing that was used classically to help to protect spaces when people came into it. These are very, very useful. And again, we've given you the pieces to be able to do this. We talked yesterday about 3 stages of giving it the instruction. And of course, if you don't do all 3 stages, at least do stage 3, which is the direct instruction to the stone. And remember what we said about being very precise. Like for the beneficial radiating stones, I'm not going to tell it to keep absorbing energy from its environment, to keep its energy flowing. I might say absorb solar energy, absorb the earth energy, or give it some specific source for the energy. I might put it on another stone or energy system as a platform to get energy from. But if I'm too ambiguous, like I mentioned yesterday, and I say just absorb energy from your environment, it may pull the energy out of me and the other things in the space. So be precise about what you're telling it. Again, the conscious of the stones is extremely literal. Now, with the obsidian, again, it's one of the most absorbent of the stones for detrimental energies. So you're going to have to clear it from time to time. We're going to get to the clearing methods, a dozen different clearing methods in just a moment. But be aware you will need to clear it. Of all the absorbent stones, probably obsidian is one of the best in not having to be cleared regularly, because it can just absorb so much for so long. But do clear it from time to time. And every time that you clear it, also then re-instruct it after the clearing. Again, you could clear it in a way like Marcel Vogel, where you're just deleting certain files. I'm just taking the vertical negative green out of you and the other vertical waves, but still keep my instruction from before. But just to make sure you're covered, do the instruction again after you clear it to make sure it's still working. Now again, the exception to this whole clearing rule, if you're able to test energy, is the use of the indigo gabbro. The indigo gabbro has the capacity that when you test it, all of these absorbent stones, when we say that they're dark colored stones and they literally look dark or black, then that's also true vibrationally. So if I test it for the horizontal wave of black, then all these stones that are really good at absorbing toxic energy will have strong horizontal wave of black. Even if their visible color is not there. If it has horizontal wave of black, that's the vibrational register. So same thing here for the mystic merlinite, indigo gabbro, has very strong horizontal beneficial wave of black.
ที่เรา
Gives
ซื้อ
it some
มา
of its absorption.
เป็นอินดิโกกาโบหรือคือชิ้นไหนอ่ะอันอันนั้นเป็นมิสติกอันนี้ของ
เดียวกัน
แต่อันนี้เมื่อกี้โรเบิร์ตพูดเนี่ยอันที่ตั้งโต๊ะคืออินดิโกและอันที่อยู่ในมือเขาเนี่ยเขาเรียกมิสติกเมลาไนท์นะมันของอ๋อ
เขามีสองชื่อใช่ไหมคะ
absorbent capacities. And the thing again about the indigo gabbro is that it will tend to absorb the toxicity. Again, you can instruct it what to do. It'll do it automatically to some extent, but it'll be much stronger if you instruct it. I've done a bunch of testing of this with instructed indigo gabbro, mystic merlinite, and uninstructed, and in various situations, testing it versus hematite beds for how quickly it clears it versus an iron rose quartz bed, etc. And if you instruct it, it's going to be one of the fastest things for clearing that you'll find as far as a natural mineral substance. And as we mentioned before, as a crystal adaptogen, one of its great powers is that ability to transmute detrimental energy to beneficial. So I've been astonished in what I've seen this do sometimes, to be able to draw in a lot of toxic energy, and then instead of being full of that toxic energy and my needing to clear it, it's just got BG3, it's just got the centering vibration. So that's quite unique out of all the stones that I've tested. So if you are not able to test energy, if you don't have the pendulums, you don't know how to use them, you don't have some advanced skill in being able to test vibration, I'd recommend you still clear the Mystic Merlinite after you use it every time to make sure it's clear. But if you can test vibrationally, test for yourself. This is an amazing stone to experiment with.
ถ้าล้างอันนี้ถ้าล้างอันนี้ของโรเบิร์ตที่เขาแนะนำก็คือเอาไปล้างน้ำใช่ไหมพี่เจี๊ยบเขายังไม่ได้บอกวิธีอื่นใช่ไหมคะ
นี่การทดสอบพลังงานท็อกซิกเนี่ยก็คือเอาไอ้ vertical มาทดใช้ตั้ง negative green
But for all these other stones, they're going to have to be consciously cleared from time to time. They don't self-clear, they don't transmute the same way. You could give it an instruction to transmute, and it may do it to some extent, but it simply doesn't.
เมื่อกี้นี้เขาบอกว่าให้ใช้ horizontal pendulum ทดสอบ black energy เราไม่ได้หมุนไปตรง black ใช่ไหมเราหมุนไปตรง negative green เพื่อที่จะดูว่าอันนี้เขามีพลังในการดูดแต่ถ้าเราจะล้างพลังลบอืมอืมใช้ vertical อ๋อ
have the intrinsic vibrations to do the transmutation at a high level. It'll try, it'll do what it can, but don't expect it to do something that's actually a crystallization of a divine thought form for the purpose of transmutation. They're two different things. So, that's Mystic Merlinite. We've talked about obsidian. And of course, another one of the classic stones for absorbing toxic radiation is the stone that has been alchemically prepared in the earth from the quartz family to actually absorb toxic radiation. It's been prepared for this. It's like it's gone through an initiation. That's how I think of it. It's gone through an initiation in the earth, where it's been exposed to radiation in the earth, and now it's learned how to absorb lots of toxic radiation. Marcel Vogel, after the Chernobyl disaster, in one of his workshops, he was talking about, he's been looking at how to help clear up the radiation in Eastern Europe after Chernobyl. And at that time, he was working on the use of smoky quartz, because he found that the smoky quartz, and he was even doing things like testing with Geiger counters, finding ways to cut the smoky quartz and work with the smoky quartz so it would literally absorb toxic radiation read on a Geiger counter, and then after absorbing it, be able to actually reduce the reading of the Geiger counter of toxic radiation. That's work that I'm hoping to do more of in the future. I have a background in that in the military side, and I do want to look into more applications of that. I've done some so far, but there's a lot more I want to do. But smoky quartz is quartz in the earth that has been exposed to
หมดโอ้
To Earth radiation. And again, this can be alpha, beta, gamma type of radiations in the Earth. And it's been prepared to have been trained to absorb a lot of toxic radiations. So smoky quartz is a great stone for absorbing toxic radiation. It can absorb a lot of it. And it comes in many different ranges of darkness of color. This is one that we picked up to have available at this class that I thought was really interesting because the base of it is more toward the clear quartz, although there are smoky parts all through it. But then at the top, it's very, very strong black. And I've tested it, and this did not test for having artificial irradiation. And if it had been, the whole thing would look painted black. This is a very unusual stone. I've actually never seen anyone quite like this. Very interesting how it's put together. Lots of times you see the
พี่แก้มแหม่มง่วงเหรอคะ
ใช่เอนหลังนิดหนึ่ง
อืม
ดีวันนี้ดีไม่ถึงกับเมื่อวานนี้หมดสภาพจริงๆเลย
พี่แก้มแหม่มเอ่อพี่นิโคล่าเขามาเช็คดีด้วยว่า วันเนี้ยดีกับลูกอะทำเซสชั่นไปนานเท่าไหร่ เขาเป็นคนละเอียดมากเลยเนาะ
เช็คว่ากี่ชั่วโมงเหรอหรือยังไง
ใช่เขาถามว่าดีเข้าไปกี่โมงแล้วออกกี่โมงอะไรอย่างเงี้ย อืมดีก็เลยบอกว่าก็คนละประมาณ2 ชั่วโมงค่ะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
อืม
อืมเขาเป็นคนละเอียดดีเนาะ
สไตล์เขาก็อันนี้พวกนี้ก็มาจาก imprint นะเนาะเดี๋ยวนี้เราเรียนเรื่อง human design อะไรเนี่ยมาจาก imprint เนอะแต่ละคน แต่ที่สำคัญที่สุดคือคนเราชีวิตเมื่อไหร่ที่เราสามารถค้นพบตัวเองแล้วก็สิ่งที่เราทำหรือสิ่งที่เรามุ่งหวังมันตรงกับ alignment กับ alignment ของเราข้างในหรือว่า alignment ของ blueprint เนี่ยอันนั้นนะชีวิตก็จะลงตัว เมื่อไหร่ที่มันยังไม่สอดคล้องกันเนี่ยเราก็จะระสำระสายนิดนึง
นี่น่าเขาถึงแบบเขาถึงเครียดนะดีว่า แบบเขาเลยแบบมีความเครียดเยอะอ่ะ
ในระหว่างค้นหาอยู่ยังไม่ลงตัวเป็นไปได้
ใช่ อ่ะพี่เจี๊ยบได้ยินด้วยล่ะ ใช่ เพราะว่าเพราะว่าเพราะว่าตอนที่เข้าไปใช่ไหมวันเนี้ยคือดีเจอพี่แก้มแหม่มแล้วพอดีเราก็คุยกันเนาะเรื่องเท้าของลูก แล้วมันก็อาจจะเลทมานิดหน่อยไงหมายถึงว่าเออแบบเอ่ออะไรนะเทอราพิสน่ะเขาเริ่มเลทเริ่มประมาณสัก2:20ราวๆนั้นน่ะเพราะว่ากว่าลูกจะไปเปลี่ยนชุดเข้าห้องน้ำกว่าจะอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วคุยกับพี่แก้มแหม่มสักพักหนึ่งใช่ไหมคะแล้วก็กว่าจะจัดแจงอะไรอย่างเงี้ย พอดีออกมาจากที่นั่นก็ประมาณ6 โมงนิดนะคะ
ก็เจอนิโคล่าเหรอ
ไม่ได้เจอแต่ดีไม่รู้เขาแบบอะไรยังไงเขาถามดีว่าหรือว่าเขาอาจจะถามคนนวดก็ได้ค่ะว่าออกมากี่โมงปิดกี่โมงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ผ่านทางแอปทางโฮสต์แอปเหรอ
ใช่เมื่อกี้เขาถามดีมา หลังจากที่ดีถึงบ้านได้แป๊บหนึ่งที่ตอนที่นั่งเรียนแรกๆ
ตรงนี้นะมัน
ถามดีมาแบบเยอะมากหลายคำถามมากเลยดีตอบเขาแบบเหมือนโดนซักเป็นยังไงลูกไปด้วยเป็นยังไงดีไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเขาก็ถามนู่นนี่นั่นพอถามเสร็จเขาก็ถามว่าแล้วทำเซสชั่นนานเท่าไหร่ดีเข้าไปกี่โมงออกมากันกี่โมงแล้วทางคุณเคที่เขาได้อาหารไหมเขาฝากดีด้วยไงว่าเขาสั่งอาหารไปให้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยได้รับอาหารเรียบร้อยไหมออกมาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเขาก็ถามดีค่ะก็ต้องตอบรายละเอียดเขาฟังอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็ประมาณนี้เลย แต่ดีไม่คิดอะไรนะดีแค่เล่าให้ฟังเฉย
แล้วก็อย่างเจี๊ยบว่าสไตล์เจี๊ยบต้องเอาสไตล์เจี๊ยบมาใช้อะไม่ได้เรื่องของเรา
ๆใช่ใช่เพื่อเดี๋ยวเขาไปถามพี่แก้มแหม่มต่อไงว่าพี่แก้มแหม่มเสร็จกี่โมงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยดีก็เลยบอกให้พี่แก้มแหม่มอันนี้ก่อนว่าเดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวเขาถามพี่แก้มแหม่มเพราะว่าเขาถามดีแบบนี้อืม
แต่จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยคือแคทที่เป็นคนที่เอ่อมีคุณธรรมของฮีลเลอร์จริง
ใช่ใช่เขาทนไม่ได้ที่แบบถ้าเขาทำไม่จบ
ๆก็จะดูว่านิดอันคือจิตบอกว่านิดอันนี้ไปถึงไหนก็จะไม่เห็นแก่ได้อะ
ใช่ใช่
ก็คือก็ประมาณไม่ถึงชั่วโมงถึงชั่วโมงหนึ่งประมาณนั้นแรกๆนะแต่พอทำไปเนี่ยเขามาฮีลอ่ะก็ไม่ใช่คือเข้ามาฮีลแล้วเรามาตอบแทนความตอบแทนสิ่งที่เขาไม่ให้เขาต้องซัฟเฟอร์ใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องดูแลเขาอย่างเหมือนที่ผู้กองทำอันนี้ให้พี่แก้มแหม่มมาไม่ยอมคิดตังค์อย่างเงี้ยแต่เรารู้
อืม
ว่าตำรวจมีเงินเท่าไหร่อ่ะ
อืม
แต่เขาทำด้วยใจรักอะเรา
ใช่
ซัพพอร์ตได้เราก็ไม่ให้เขาเดือดร้อนอะซัพพอร์ตได้มากแค่ไหนแต่
ดี
ว่าด้วยใจรักเคที่ก็เหมือนกันเขารักษาด้วยสปิริตของฮีล
ใช่
เลอร์เขาค้นพบตัวเองแล้วฉะนั้นหลง
ใช่
แต่ว่าแต่อาจจะมีชาเลนจ์อยู่ว่าเข้ามาอยู่ในสิ่งแวดล้อมที่อาจจะดีอาจจะซัพพอร์ตอาจจะต้องมีอะไรบางอย่างที่เขาอาจจะต้องก้าวข้ามเหมือนกันเนี่ยของเพราะสไตล์ของนิโคล่าจะค่อนข้างแบบสกอตติชนิดนึงไม่ใช่อังกฤษสกอตติชเนี่ยมันก็มันก็การลงตัวมันก็เมื่อไหร่มันจะเกิด alignment หรือ coherence ถ้ายังไม่ถึงมันก็ยังเป็น challenging อยู่ตลอด
แต่ว่าวันนี้เอ่อดีก็เลยให้เงินเขาเพิ่มนะแต่ว่าดีไม่ได้บอกพี่นิโคล่า
อื
เพราะว่า
ม
ดีสองจิตสองใจว่าเดี๋ยวเขาจะดูว่าแบบละลาบละล้วงเกินขอบเขตเขาหรือยังไงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่ว่าด้วยความรู้สึกดีก็ให้เขาเพิ่มนะหมายถึงว่าดีก็โอนเงินให้ให้ทางคุณเคที่เพิ่ม
ตรง
3,000แพงนะพี่ไม่แบบไม่ได้ถือว่าถูกนะสำหรับแต่ดีรู้สึกว่าเขาเขาฮิวคือเขาฮิวจริงๆคือเขาไม่ใช่นวดอะค่ะอืมไม่รู้สำหรับดีรู้สึกว่าสำหรับดีว่าค่อนข้างแพงแต่ไม่รู้ว่าอย่างพี่แก้มแหม่มรู้สึกว่ามันแพงไหมสำหรับดีว่ามัน
คือ
ดีถือว่าแพง
คือปกติถ้าตามราคาทั่วไปอะนะแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าจริงๆถ้าเทียบกับเต๋ากระเด้นไม่แพงนะ
อื
เต๋ากระเด้นบา
ม
งทีไปใช้ฝรั่งชั่วโมงหนึ่ง4,000 บาทในฝีมือแบบ
โอ้
นี้ แต่ว่าสิ่งที่เรามันต้องดูที่ผลน่ะผลที่เราได้เนี่ยเงินนี่ซื้อได้ไหม
ใช่ใช่ดีคิดอย่างนั้นน่ะอืม
อย่างที่ดีโอนเงินส่วนตัวโอนเงินให้กับเอ่อแคที่ส่วนตัวเนี่ยมันไม่มีอะไรเสียหายเพราะว่านิโคล่าเขาได้ส่วนของเขาไปก็ไม่ได้เสียหายนิโคล่า
อืม
ต่อไปก็ได้เซสชั่นคนหนึ่งเนี่ยเซสชั่นละ500ดี
อืม
คนเขาได้ไป1,100ละพี่แคมแหม่มเนี่ยก็ได้500ละฉะนั้นวันหนึ่งเขาได้รายได้ค่าเช่าอย่างน้อยประมาณ2,000
อื
เอาใจให้
ม
ค่าทิปแคที่อะไรเนี่ยก็ไม่ต้องบอกเขาก็เป็นส่วนตัวที่เราขอบคุณเขาอะตัวแค
ใช่
ที่
ใช่
ล่าไม่ได้เอฟเฟกต์ไม่ได้ซัฟเฟอร์ไม่ได้แล้วเพราะเขาไม่ได้คิดค่าเทอราปีเขาคิดค่าใช้ห้องของเขา
ค่ะคือเขาชาร์จเราไปแล้วถูกไหมพี่แก้มแหม่ม
ไม่ได้เอฟเฟกต์อะไรเขาไม่ได้ไม่เราไม่ได้ทำอะไรไม่ถูกต้องกับเขาแต่
อืม
เขาจะรู้สึกไม่พอใจเพราะเขาต้อง manipulate เขาต้องรู้ทุกอย่างว่า
ใช่ใช่ใช่ดีรู้สึกว่าเหมือนเขาต้องรู้ทุกอย่างรู้ว่าแบบทำอะไรยังไงกี่โมงเข้ากี่โมงออกกี่โมงใครไปบ้างมีทำอะไรบ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
เป็น
ค่ะ
สไตล์การบริหารของเขาอะนะ
อื
อันนั้นเรา
ม
ก็ไม่ตำหนิเขาแต่ว่าก็อย่างเจี๊ยบว่าน่ะพี่แก้มแหม่มชอบไอ้คำนี้ของเจี๊ยบมันทำให้ชีวิตพี่แก้มแหม่มเบาขึ้นเยอะเรื่องของเขาไม่เกี่ยวอะไรตอนนั้นที่พี่แก้มแหม่มได้ข่าวเรื่องโรเบิร์ตกับเฟอร์ยังเจเนฟเฟอร์ใช่ไหม
ทำไมอ่ะคะดีมไม่รู้ว่าเขามีอะไรกันเหรอคะนั่นน่ะสิดีก็พยายามไปเสิร์ช Google ดูนะว่าเขาเสียชีวิตเพราะอะไรแล้วเขาบอกไหมพี่แกมแมม
เขาบอกอะไรที่น่าสนใจเหมือนกันก็บอกว่ามันก็มีคนถามมีคน suspect เยอะแล้วก็เพราะข้อมูลว่าหนึ่งเสียกระทันหันไม่มีเหตุอะไรสองวันรุ่งขึ้นเอาเผาเลย
อือันนี้แปลก
ซึ่งอันนี้เป็นสิ่งที่ทุกคนบอกว่ามันแปลกมากเอ้แล้วอเมริกาปล่อยให้ไม่มีออโทปซีได้ไงก็ไม่แน่ใจ
อืม
นะ
อืม
เสีย
อืม
แล้วไม่มีใครรู้เลยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้น
อื
แล้ว
ม
ผู้มาก็สงสัยเจี๊ยบรู้ไหมโรเบิร์ตเขามีครอบครัวไหมถ้าเขามีครอบครัวเขาต้องเป็นคนจัดการเรื่องศพเรื่องอะไรนะแต่ว่าฟังดูจาก Chat GPT มันกับว่าเจนนิเฟอร์เป็นคนจัดการหมดเลยมาส่งส่งไปเผาส่งอะไรคนก็เลยมีความ
สงสัย
พี่แก้มแหม่มก็ยังนิสัยอ่อนโลกอยู่นะตื่นเต้นกับข่าวพวกนี้รอมาบอกเจี๊ยบพูดคำเดียวหงายหลังเลยเรื่องของเขาเจี๊ยบไม่เห็นมันเกี่ยวอะไรกับเราเอาจริงนะเราต้องการความรู้เขาเนี่ยอะไรเกิดขึ้นมันก็ไม่ได้เกี่ยวอะไรกับเราใช่หงายหลังไปเลยว่าจำอยู่เลยเอาไปเบาขึ้นเยอะ อันนั้นน่ะมันสำหรับพี่แก้มมองอะนะมันถูกส่วนหนึ่งก็นักบุญอาจจะเปลี่ยนสภาพอะไม่ใช่ตายเปลี่ยนสภาพเนี่ยแต่ส่วนใหญ่แล้วนักบุญระดับเนี้ยไม่ใช่ไปกระทันหันแบบทิ้งชาโดว์ไว้ข้างหลังอย่างพระอาจารย์พี่แก้มเนี่ยตอนที่ท่านมาตอนที่ท่านมากรุงเทพเนี่ยก่อนท่านเสีย1 เดือนท่านอายุ101ละร้อยขึ้นไปละแล้วมาเมืองไทยเนี่ย พี่ก็แหม่มไม่รู้ว่าครั้งนั้นจะเป็นครั้งสุดท้ายของท่าน เพราะความรู้สึกเราเนี่ยท่านจะอยู่ไปเรื่อยๆมันไม่เปลี่ยนแปลง แล้วครั้งนั้นมาเนี่ยท่านทำอะไรหลายๆอย่างพี่ก็แหม่มแปลกใจ แล้วมีอันนึงนะบอกตรงๆนะมันตัวเองยังรู้สึกผิดมามีความรู้สึกผิดนะซึ่งมันไม่เกิดประโยชน์กับความรู้สึกนั้นแต่ว่ามันก็คือท่านบอกว่าให้พี่กระแหม่มไปสารงานท่านต้องการจะพบสมเด็จพระสังฆราช แต่ตอนนั้นพี่แก้มเองก็กลับมาก็ทำงานอย่างอื่นเป็นคอนซัลท์100 กว่าบริษัทนะอยู่ระยองอยู่อะไรเนี่ยแล้วก็อีกส่วนหนึ่งก็ที่กลับมาส่วนหนึ่งก็พระอาจารย์ท่านบีบคั้นจะให้พี่แก้มแบบหมดกำลังใจนะเสร็จแล้วก็เลยพอดีช่วงนั้นเนี่ยธรรมกายกำลังแผลงฤทธิ์แล้วตอนมีประชุมเถรสมาคม ก็มีการยิงปืนใส่ในสมาคมหรืออะไรเนี่ยตอนนั้นสมเด็จพระสังฆราชรู้สึกจะเป็นประธานอยู่มีการไอ้พวกนี้อยู่อ่ะแล้วพี่กระหม่อมก็เลยบอกว่าช่วงนี้บรรยากาศเมืองไทยไม่ค่อยดีการเมืองอะไรแล้วไม่ make an effort ที่จะพยายามหาช่องทางให้ติดประสานให้ท่านอาจารย์ได้พบสมเด็จพระสังฆราชเพราะไม่รู้ว่าอันนั้นน่ะครั้งสุดท้ายที่ท่านจะมาก็คือมันตอนนี้ก็ไม่มีอะไรก็ไม่เหมือนกับว่าต้อง go out of the way effort เนี่ยมากไงก็เลยไม่ได้ทำให้ก็บอกท่านว่าตอนนี้สถานการณ์เมืองไทยไม่ค่อยดีท่านเองกำลังก็เป็นเรื่องจริงไงสมเด็จพระสังฆราชตอนนั้นกำลังหนักหนาสาหัสสากันอยู่ทีเดียวดีลกับเรื่องของธรรมกายอีกหลายๆเรื่องที่ท่านทำครั้งสุดท้ายที่ท่านมาเมืองไทยเนี่ยเตรียมพร้อมทุกอย่างพอกลับไปอินเดีย1 เดือนแล้วท่านก็ละสังขารคือท่านรู้ตัวล่วงหน้าทำทุกอย่างวันสุดท้ายที่ท่านจะละสังขารเนี่ยลูกศิษย์ลูกหามาจากมันตั้งแต่ปู่จนถึงเหลนเนี่ยเพราะทุกคนก็เป็นนับถือท่านมากันหมดแล้วก็คุยท่านก็ให้เวลาคุยพูดถึงอดีตพูดถึงอะไรพอกลางคืนแล้วท่านก็ละสังขารนี่คือพระอาจารย์นะองค์อื่นๆก็หลายองค์นะก็คือไม่ใช่หายแบบมิสติกแต่จะทำทุกอย่างให้ลงตัวเรียบร้อยแล้วท่านก็จากไปก็ไม่รู้แต่ของโรเบิร์ตนี่ก็จากไปเร็วก็มีอีกท่านหนึ่งก็คืออาจารย์เลียวมินด่างแต่อาจารย์เลียวมินด่างนี่ก็อยู่ในอยู่ในบ้านกับครอบครัวเนี่ยแหละจากไปแบบไม่มีปีไม่มีคุยเหมือนกันแต่ว่าทรัพย์สมบัติอะไรทุกอย่างของท่านก็ภรรยาดูแลต่อนั่นแหละก็มันไม่มีข้อสงสัยภรรยาพยายามจะเก็บร่างกายไว้เคสนั้นนะแต่ว่าทางออสเตรเลียไม่ยอมมันมีกฎไม่ให้เกินกี่วันเนี่ยเพราะภรรยาเชื่อว่าท่านจะกลับมาเพราะว่าท่านเคยก็ออกไปแล้วกลับมาไงเชื่อว่าท่านจะกลับมาแต่ว่าในสุดออสเตรเลียบังคับรัฐบาลบังคับให้ต้องเผาเลย3 วันเลยภายใน3 วันเลยแหละเก็บ7 วันไม่ได้ฉะนั้นคืออย่างเคสของโรเบิร์ตเนี่ยมันมิสติกมากไงทันหันเนี่ยระดับนี้ไม่น่าที่จะทิ้งท้ายในลักษณะนี้นี่คือในเลเวลความคิดลอจิกนะและความที่พี่แก้มแหม่มเป็นคนช่างคิดช่างวิเคราะห์ช่างอะไรเนี่ยมันมีส่วนดีคือเวลาใครมีคำถามธรรมะการถามอะไรเนี่ยพี่แก้มแหม่มจะตอบได้เพราะว่าตัวเองกว่าจะมาตรงเนี้ยช่างคิดช่างถามช่างอะไรมาก่อนถึงจะพี่แก้มแหม่มชอบคนถามมากกว่าเทศหลายๆคนชอบเทศเพราะเทศมันอยู่ในสิ่งที่เราเตรียมที่จะบอกแล้วถูกถามบางทีมันจะเจอสะดุดว่าตอบไม่ได้แต่พี่แก้มแหม่มเป็นคนที่มันอินไวเต็ดอะถ้าไม่อยากฟังฉันก็ไม่อยากพูดพอถามประเด็นนี้ฉันจะตอบให้เธอเข้าใจแล้วสามารถแต่ว่าเพราะความที่เป็นคนเนกาทีฟมากอะช่างคิดช่างสงสัยไม่ยอมเชื่อไงมันมีประโยชน์แต่พอถึงจุดหนึ่งแล้วไม่ผิดการละเทศะมันก็เกิดโทษอย่างที่เจี๊ยบพูดอะถ้าเราเผลอเอาไอ้ตัว PGT ใช่ไหมมาเทสอะมันเกิดเนกาทีฟไม่แน่นะพี่กระหม่อมเขาน่าจะลองดูเพราะพี่แอมทำได้ใจบริสุทธิ์ ไม่ด้วยใจที่จะให้โลกสกปรกนะแล้วทำด้วยใจบริสุทธิ์ไม่แน่วันหลังจะลองดูถ้าใช้เป็นแล้วจะมาลองดูว่าในขณะที่เราอยากรู้อยากเห็น
เดี๋ยวดี เดี๋ยวดี
ไม่ฟันธงปกติพี่แกแหม่มนี่มีความนอกจากทีเผลอปกติแล้วระวังมากคือ
เข้าใจที่เบอร์
คือชอบ
มาพี่แกแหม่มอะ
นะวิเคราะห์แต่ไม่ฟันธง ไม่จัดคนนะที่สำคัญคือเรื่องนี้เป็นเรื่องที่เพนฟูลมากคือเรามองคนแล้วเราจะคนเนี้ยทำไมทำอย่างเงี้ยเธอไม่ควรทำอย่างนี้นะไอ้ที่ต้องอย่างนี้เธอควรทำเธอรู้ได้ไงชีวิตเขาเจออะไรมาบ้างที่เขาอยู่ในสถานการณ์นี้เพราะอะไรเธอไม่รู้ฉะนั้นอันเนี้ยพี่ก็หมายจะ accept คนไม่ judge คนแต่ judge สถานการณ์ว่าอะไรเป็นไม่ให้ judge ว่าไม่ judge แต่ว่าวิเคราะห์แต่มีอันนึงเนี่ยเป็น เป็นแผลมั้งความที่เติบโตอยู่ในสังคมครอบครัวที่ผิดพลาดไม่ได้เลยขนาดไม่ผิดนะมีข้ออ้างก็จะโดนก็จะต้องโดนเหมือนกับเป็นจำเลยอยู่ถูกฮามาสจับไปเงี้ยเทอร์เรสจับไปผิดพลาดไม่ได้นะฉะนั้นเลยกลายเป็น jump into conclusion เร็วนกรู้แล้วก็อาจจะไม่เกิดตามนั้นก็ได้แต่เราจะมี reaction กลัวไปก่อน ทุกอย่างต้องเป็นไปที่เรามองแล้วเราก็จะรู้สึกว่าวางใจแต่ถ้ามีอะไรบางอย่างแต่ความสามารถพี่แก้มแหม่มเนี่ยที่มองมักจะไม่ผิดอย่างน้อยถ้าไม่99% 95%ว่าเส้นของเราการมองวิเคราะห์อะไรเนี่ยวิเคราะห์ให้ใครนะมันค่อนข้างจะ95%ถูกดังนั้นการที่เราจัมป์ก่อนเนี่ยอะดรีนาลีนทำงานเนี่ยมันถูกมันถูกสิ่งแวดล้อมสร้างเรามากลายเป็นว่า ขี้ตระหนกอะดรีนาลีนทำงานเกินตัวจนพี่ก็แหม่มเนี่ย2 ครั้งครั้งแรกเนี่ยไม่นอนไม่หลับนะ5 วัน 5 คืนติดต่อกัน24 ชั่วโมงไม่มีการนอน
อืม
หมอที่แอดมิดอยู่ที่โรงพยาบาลบำรุงราษฎร์นะหมอธีรวัตรเหมจุฑานะเป็นผู้อยู่เบื้องหลังที่จะซุปเปอร์ไวส์เคสของพี่กำมันหมอในโรงพยาบาลไม่มีใครกล้าแตะพี่กำมันนะให้แต่น้ำเกลืออันนั้นน่ะตอนนั้นน่ะเราก็ไม่รู้ทำยังมันเหมือนคนกินยาบ้าติดลมบนอ่ะไม่หลับแต่วันที่4วันที่5เนี่ยข้างในเนี่ยสั่นทรมานมากเลยแต่ไม่หลับข้างในมันอยากหลับนะไม่หลับจนคืนนั้นน่ะพี่กำมันจะป่านนี้ก็ไม่ได้เขียนนะวันหนึ่งฉันจะเขียนหนังสือเล่มหนึ่งเตือนสติคน My baby is crying ร่างกายเราคือเบบี้ของเราสั่งมันเราใช้งานมันด่ามันไปรับใช้คนไปนู่นทำหน้าที่เราไม่ได้ดูแลมันตอนเนี้ยมันเราไม่สามารถพอเราไม่หลับมันสั่นข้างในสั่นนะอวัยวะข้างในมันสั่นแต่เราไม่สามารถหลับได้แล้วตอนนั้นไปเฝ้าไข้อยู่พ่อบุญธรรมเฝ้าจนตัวเองเนี่ยเป็นอย่างเงี้ยอะดรีนาลีนทำงานก็ตอนหลังถึงได้รู้ว่าเป็นอะดรีนาลีนติดลมบนอ่ะเขาเรียกอะดรีนาลแกลนด์ฟาทิก
อืม
ที่ไปเฝ้าไข้เพราะพี่แกแหม่มเป็นอาจารย์ของผู้บริหารบำรุงราษฎร์หลายคนเป็นคนเซตระบบ quality management ของบำรุงราษฎร์ที่ระยองก่อน
อื
เขา
ม
ก่อนต้มยำตุ้งต้มยำกุ้งฉะนั้นผู้บริหารหลายคนเป็นลูกศิษย์พี่แกแหม่มนะหัวหน้าพยาบาลหัวหน้าแพทย์อะไรนะลูกศิษย์พี่แกแหม่มแล้วตอนที่ดูแลคุณอาเนี่ยก็มีพยาบาลคนหนึ่งทำงานไม่ถูกต้องทำงานไม่ดีทำงานไม่ถูกต้องพี่แกแหม่มก็บอกผู้บริหารนะบอกว่าไอ้นี่คุณจะเป็นอย่างเงี้ยก็คงจะโดนเอาไปปรามมั่งนะทีนี้ถึงตาคิวพี่แกแหม่มแอดมิดอยู่ข้างๆห้องนะคืนนั้นคืนที่3กลางคืนพี่แกแหม่มจะนั่งร้องไห้อยู่คนเดียวทั้งคืนอ่ะหลับไม่ได้น้ำตาก็ไหลนะทำอะไรไม่ได้พยาบาลคนนี้เดินเข้ามาอายไหมเนี่ยเราเคยเป็นอาจารย์รับประมาณเขาเขาเข้ามาแล้วก็มองหน้าพี่แกแหม่มแบบแปลกๆว่านอนร้องนั่งร้องไห้อยู่บนเตียงนั่งน้ำตาไหลอยู่บนเตียงแต่ว่าเราก็มองข้ามอ่ะไม่มีเวลาที่จะไปสนใจเรื่องหน้าตาเรื่องอะไรหน้าแตกก็แตกไปฉันเป็นอย่างนี้ฉันช่วยไม่ได้2 ครั้งอีกครั้งหนึ่งก็ อ่อดูแลคุณพ่อเข้าโรงพยาบาลพอกลับออกมาเริ่มมีอาการอย่างเงี้ยทีนี้รู้แล้วไม่ให้มันเกิดเริ่มมีได้อยู่2-3 วันมั้งแล้วหาคนนวดหาอะไรก็พยายามให้เราสบายให้อะดรีนาลีนเนี่ยลดลงอะดรีนาลีนการทำงานลดลงตอนนี้แบบเริ่มจับเขาได้แต่ตอนนั้นโรงพยาบาลไม่มีใครรู้อ่ะเสียเงิน50,000 กว่า55,000นะไม่ได้ให้ยาให้อะไรแค่นอนห้องเขาอะ
อืม
แล้วเราหายเองแหละนี่แหละไม่คุยเรื่องอะไรทำไมมาคุยเรื่องเนี้ยเมื่อกี้คุยเรื่อง
them as more of a uniform type of color. But even with that, if it hasn't been artificially treated, if you hold it up to light, you'll see some parts are darker and some parts are lighter. That's because there's greater concentrations of certain minerals in it that have led to the darker color when it absorbed radiation. And that's a good sign if you can hold it up to the light and see differences inside. If it all looks painted black, it's probably artificially irradiated. Again, if you want to test that for artificial irradiation, because that's the main danger with smoky quartz, that it's been artificially irradiated. At that point, it'll test for very strong vertical negative green. Not only should you not use it in some therapeutic fashion, you shouldn't even have it in your house. It's a very toxic source at that point. So the smoky quartz is extremely useful for absorbing the detrimental energy because, again, being quartz, it can hold instruction very well. Again, it tends to be that the harder stones, and particularly the quartz family, holds instruction really well. Some other things, not so well. Then black tourmaline. Black tourmaline has a very long history of being used as a shield against toxic energies and psychic attacks, used in many different traditions. Now, it tends to be available in a lot of small pieces, as well as sometimes larger pieces. But because it comes in small pieces, it can be carried on the body. It can also be put over the entry into doorways to absorb toxic energy, etc. It's very, very good at that. But the issue with it is that although it's very good for absorbing toxic energy, and then you would clear it afterwards, it does not hold instruction well. It may be because it's so soft, and it tends to flake off and things like that, but it just really doesn't hold instructions very well. But nonetheless, a lot of people carry it, and it is quite useful for absorbing. Toxic energies. But just be aware you're not going to be able to give it a lot of instructions the way you would for obsidian or the smoky quartz or the mystic merlinite. They'll hold it much better. Other choices are things that are related to carbon. Carbon is a master cleanser. So, for example, after the Bhopal, India chemical disaster, You might recall this from the Union Carbide disaster in India. I think this was back in the 80s. And at that point, this Union Carbide plant in Bhopal, India, had a major chemical accident that contaminated a large area around the plant, and many people got sick, many people died. It was a huge international scandal. And one of the ways that this was dealt with locally is there was a local Indian homeopath, and he ran around giving people homeopathic carbon. So this homeopathic carbon or charcoal is something, carbo-veg is what it's sold as. Carbo-veg is a fantastic agent to help clear toxicity from the body. It works as an absorbent agent, helps the body to flush toxicity. So in homeopathic circles, for various types of chemical poisoning, etc., carbo-veg is one of the key remedies that's used in homeopathy. Now, bear in mind the principle of homeopathy, which is that the level of potentization is going to affect what level of the person's structure it works with. This is a very complex topic and very hotly debated in homeopathic circles amongst active homeopaths. So I'm just going to say right now that the basic principle is that the lower levels of potentization, and usually the lowest level you'll be able to find is like 3x, but that's quite hard to find. Then you find like 6x, then 30x. So the lower the number with x, the lower the amount of potentization, the less number of times a part of it's been taken out and put in water and succussed and then taken out, etc. It keeps getting diluted in potentization, but interestingly enough, in the dilution process of taking one part of it, putting it in some more water, shaking it up, and then taking part of that, diluting it, etc., you get to the point that there's no more of the original substance in. But what this actually does is it intensifies the vibration. That's the whole concept behind homeopathy. So the lowest you're going to find is probably 3x. Then 6x is next, 30x, sometimes 12x in between. But a lot of the stuff that you find today at the stores is in the C range. And C is above X. It's much more diluted. It's much more potentized. In a sense, it's more powerful. But what you're actually doing is you're starting to affect higher and higher bodies. So for an acute type of chemical poisoning, you'd probably want to use something that's in the lower range because it's more tuned to the physical body. So I would look for 3x, 6x, 12x, 30x, some x for things that's more recent chemical poisoning. That's me. Other homeopaths may disagree. And then for the C range, you're starting to get into higher bodies, longer term poisoning. And then once you get up to the very high ranges, things like into the million level and things like that, then those types of things are hitting very, very high subtle body levels. And that gets a bit trickier to use. The other thing about this with the carbon is that a lot of what you find today at health food stores in North America is just those little blue tubes from a particular company that used to be based in France, and then it was bought in the United States by an American pharmaceutical company that now makes them. I don't know if I trust an American pharmaceutical company to make homeopathic remedies, seeing as how they're opposed to it all the time, but they saw this as a profit potential for them. And they managed to do such good marketing that lots of times that was all you will find in a health food store is those little blue tubes. I know a particular homeopath who was trained by Hazel Parcells, a great homeopath, a naturopath, who says that stuff is absolutely useless. He's tried it multiple times and he finds that they're virtually blanks. They simply do not work. And so basically if you can find a variety other than those blue tubes, lots of times they're much more effective. That's my particular opinion, and I know it from other homeopaths that I've talked to. So I would get it from some source other than the blue tube source. That's me, and you make your own choice. So, and again, I tend to look for the lower potencies, and the ones in the blue tubes tend to be in the C level of potency. So I always make sure I have at home certain types of fundamental homeopathic remedies, like low X potencies of carbo-veg is one of the most fundamental. Also get low potency of things like nux vomica, which is what you do if you feel like you're going to vomit. If you feel like something's really upsetting your stomach. Nux vomica is also very helpful. There's other things too, but that's a whole other story. So the reason I'm telling this whole thing about carbo-veg and about the homeopathic use of the carbon is that it's for all types of chemical poisoning and things of that kind. And at Bhopal, India, lots of people died from the chemical poisoning, but the people that the homeopath gave the carbo-veg homeopathic remedy to and just put a couple of little things under their tongue, majority of them survived. And he actually got an award from the Indian government for saving so many lives in Bhopal, India. Now, you didn't see that in the international press. They didn't say anything about that, because that's not in their frame of reference, that homeopathy could actually be effective. The only thing you see in the national press is stuff from pharmaceutical companies about how it's been proven ineffective in this final test and we never need to test it again. But carbon has a fantastic ability to clear energy. So think of how we clear air. How do we clear air with a filter? You have a carbon filter to clear air. How do we clear water? You have a carbon filter to clear water. It is a filter. It cleans energy. So two of the basic carbon-based types of stones for clearing energy are jet and shungite. Shungite is fairly new in North America. Because it's primarily out of Russia. And so the jet
เศษนี่คือไม่
is
ใช่
based on
ไม่ใช่หยกเหรอคะอ๋อนินแล้วก็ชุนไกใช่ไหมคะ
เอาสุไหงนี่คือนินนะ
ชุนไกใช่ไหมที่สีดำๆที่เป็นหินแม่น้ำดำๆใช่ป่ะคะ
เกรดนี่สะกดยังไงนะ
มีชุนไกโอ้โห GITE อืม
carbon, actually ancient wood that's been under extreme pressure. And it's quite soft. And the thing that's interesting about the jet and the shungite, and really jet even more than shungite, is that it's so light that if you feel jet, and we've got some on the back table here, lift it up and compare it to the weight of something like the black tourmaline or quartz crystal. Like sometimes it almost feels like a feather. You lift it up and it's so light. That's because it's based on carbon. And it's got a lot of space inside of it. Carbon's got a lot of space. That's why it acts like a filter. It can trap things inside of it. So, long story short, it works a bit differently, I find, energetically than something like the mystic merlinite or the obsidian or the smoky quartz. It works a bit more like a filter and helps to clean things out that way. And you will need to clear this for sure. Because like a filter, if you're going to have a filter that you don't just change and throw away, I don't want to throw my jet away, but I'm going to have to clean it if I use it again. It's like if I got some type of a filter and it got dirty, I got to run it under water or something to get the dirt out of it. So think about that. Use any type of carbon-based stone. Clean it on a regular basis. So jet is one option. And the other option is shungite. We have a few different forms of shungite here. We have some spheres, we have some eggs. And shungite is got a unique form of carbon in it. Technically, it's a form that's known as fullerenes. Based on the work of Buckminster Fuller, they're called fullerenes because they have a particular type of sacred geometric shape that acts as a type of a cage, in this case for toxins. It's very, very interesting how the form of carbon in shungite is unique. It's not the same as the form in jet, although they act quite similar energetically. And it's been apparently used for hundreds of years in Russia, and it's been touted as a kind of a cure-all, like it does everything. I find a lot of the cure-all claims are very overstated, but there's no doubt that it has many beneficial qualities. It's well worth experimenting with. It's often used for purification of water. They'll put it in a water source to help clarify and purify the water source and to give it a particular charge of energy. And so it's definitely worth looking into the shungite. Again, make sure you clear it, because that's what carbon does, is it traps detrimental energy, so you will have to clear it out. Now, I don't have a solution
ใน
for
ผ
what
ลึกของเขาเวลาเราส่องเข้าไปล่ะคะ อืม
I'm about to tell you. But what I've found in looking into shungite is that any shungite that I have seen for sale in North America, even if it's from Russian sources, has not differentiated what type of shungite it is. There's technically at least 3 different types of shungite, but it's all just sold as shungite in North America. And they're different based on the amount of carbon in their content and on the other types of minerals that are in the matrix. And at this point, I can't say as I've spent huge amounts of time on it, but the time I have spent, I haven't been able to find sources that will actually differentiate what they're selling for the different types of shungite. It's all just shungite is a massive cure-all, and we have shungite. But you will find if you get some different samples, they will feel different, they will test a bit different, because the constituents are a bit different. But they all have carbon, and they work somewhat similarly. So those are some of the basic stones for working and absorbing the toxic energy. Now let's talk about methods for clearing the crystals. The first method is the mental method. This is basically through projecting a type of a thought form or an energy quality from the mind directly into the stone. And that can work, but for that you have to be able to create extremely coherent thought forms that have a strong energetic vibration to them. Technically, these are mostly projected out of the third eye center, either as a beam or as a literal sphere thought form into the form itself. Lots of people are not conscious of that, but that's actually what's happening a lot of the time. So the mental method is one method, but again, I've seen people try that and fail because they just don't have coherent enough thought forms. I've seen other people do it successfully. So again, if you can test energy, you're always ahead of the game to know if it's actually worked or not. I never assume that I've cleared a crystal no matter what I've done to it. I always test it to make sure that the detrimental vertical waves are gone from it, particularly the vertical negative green, which is the most dangerous of all the vertical waves. And of course, I do the testing with the vertical wave pendulum. Then the bioenergy method. This is projecting the energy out of the hands into the crystal. Like all the different hands-on healing methods today that train their people to project certain energy qualities from the hands. A little bit later, I've got a list for you of different energy qualities, particularly in terms of color, that can be used for clearing crystals. Some energies work much better for the clearing of deep embedded toxins, energetic toxins in the crystal. Third method, classic method, water method. Run clean water over the crystal. Fantastic. It's best if the water is running actively. It's just like cleaning your body. If you've absorbed toxic energy, if you stand under a running shower, your energy field will be cleared better than if you take a static bath. But a static bath can still work. One thing that makes a static bath work better is if you add essential oils into the water. And that's connected to what I have on page 57, the water and frankincense oil method. When you add essential oil into your bath water, then the vibration of the oil helps to break up the toxicity more effectively. And the same thing is true. Many types of hard stones, they'll be perfectly happy. Like if I have a really big chunk of something, like let's say I've got a big rough chunk of rose quartz or of the mystic merlinite, then rather than leave it under running water, I will often get a big bucket and fill that up with water, and I'll put it in the bucket. If I put in some good quality essential oil, and we'll talk about different oils in just a little bit that can be used, then I'll find it much more effective for clearing it when it's in static water. So basic rule is, if possible, use running water. If instead you're using static water, then add something like essential oil into it to clear it more effectively. And again,
แล้ว
we'll talk
เมสตริกเมลาไนท์อะค่ะพี่เขาบอกได้งามไปแล้ว
talk about which ones to use in a moment. Then the salt method. This is putting crystals on pure salt or sea salt granules. Now, definitely do not do this for very porous or very fragile stones. It's a bit too caustic. Also, do not do this with any type of highly precious stone. If it's a precious stone, an expensive stone, and particularly a vocal crystal, never put it in salt water, never put it on salt. Now, sometimes people say, well, how will I know if it actually is okay to use this particular stone with salt? And Again, not a high quality stone, not a fine precious stone, not a porous stone, not a loose stone, is a general rule. But the specific for testing with vibrational qualities, and this will make more sense to those of you that have a background with vibration radiesthesia, is that I can, just like I can tune to the personal wavelength on myself, and then I can test anything to see if that thing is strengthening to me, or if that thing is weakening to me. The same thing is true for a crystal. Because you can use personal wavelength method. That's why the personal wavelength class I just put online is the equivalent of a 3-day intensive, because personal wavelength can be used for so much. I could calibrate the string length on the pendulum to the resonant frequency of this obsidian sphere right here, of the actual obsidian itself. Once I've found that, I can connect to salt. And if the salt doesn't bother it, it'll keep going clockwise as strong as it was before. If the salt is strengthening for it, it likes the salt, it'll go with a stronger spin. But if it starts weakening or goes counterclockwise, I know I wouldn't want to use it with salt. That's the same basic combination as we teach with the personal wavelength work for a person. What's the effect of the material on the person? But the same thing can be done for any material. Tune to the resonant frequency, tune to the personal wavelength, in this case of the stone, and you can tell what other materials it likes. And you might find, like, it's okay with sandalwood, but man, it really likes sacred frankincense. It just makes it, goes to town. The stone starts dancing when you, like, give it some sacred frankincense. So you can actually test for if the salt's appropriate or not if you know this particular method. Then the salt water method, again, very similar to using physical salt. One of the advantages of physical salt is that sometimes with things like obsidian, we will have like a salt dish, and we'll put the obsidian sphere, the instructed obsidian sphere, on top of the salt dish. And that way it helps to keep the obsidian clear longer. This can also be done with smoky quartz, hard stones, stones that don't mind the salt. So if you put a stone that can handle it on the granules of salt, it'll help keep it clear for longer. Same idea as the salt water bowl. Again, salt has the green vibration, and green vibration is what breaks up toxic radiation. Top of page 57, number 6, the water and vodka method. Now for this, you have to get the cheapest vodka you can find. Absolutely the worst, cheapest vodka you can find. You know, Old Joe's Russian St. Petersburg vodka, whatever it is. Get that stuff, because the more expensive vodkas, they like have all these artificial flavorings and stuff. I guess they're trying to get kids to drink at younger and younger ages, because now they're adding like, you know, oh, this is grape and this is orange. And it's like, why? All the serious alcoholics I know don't care about those things, but I guess the young kids do. But they're adding all these weird, you know, colors and flavors to the alcohol. You don't want any of that stuff in there. You want pure grain alcohol. That's why we say get the cheapest vodka you can find. Buy it in a big gallon. People often don't know what to make of it because I haven't drunk alcohol in 30 years, but I've always got these big things of vodka in my kitchen. And I go, what are you doing? So the vodka is great for helping clear things. It's just a very pure form of alcohol if it has no additives in it. And what you do is you put the crystal in the clean water. Again, if it's something big, it'll often
เอาวอดก้า อ๋อ อ๋อ
we'll use like a bucket, I put it in with clean water, and then I'll pour vodka in on it. And what the vodka does is that the vodka, if you test it, has very strong orange vibration. And remember what orange vibration does is it purges energy. It sends the energy out, helps to purge the toxicity. So you'll find it discharging the toxicity in the stone into the water much faster. How do you know if it's worked or not? Test for whatever vertical wave is involved, usually vertical negative green. And when I put that stone in the water, it was full of vertical negative green. Then after I put it in the water, added the vodka, left it for a bit, came back, test the stone, no vertical negative green in it, but now the water's full of vertical negative green. That shows me what happened. Very, very simple, but very useful to use the radiesthesia in combination with any energetic work. It'll tell you exactly what's happened. Because I see a lot of people assuming that their stones are clear when they're still very contaminated. So it's good to test to know when it's actually done. And then flush the water and the vodka down the toilet after you clear the crystal. And I always end up with the crystal too, just putting it in running water for a minute just to wash it off at the end of it. So again, why we
มัน
pour
มี
it down the
เทคนิคอะไร
toilet
ล้าง
because
ด้วยวอดก้าได้บ้างอะคะพี่ อ๋อ ก็คือล้างวอดก้าได้เหมือนกัน ไม่ได้เพียว
if you test it, the vibrational quality of what's been sent out has the exact same quality as human waste. And that would be the logical place to dispose of it. Then the water and frankincense oil method. Again, similar to water and vodka. In this case, one of the particular types of, see if I have some here, of essential oil that I really like for clearing energy is frankincense or sacred frankincense. Now be aware that sacred frankincense is a different plant than frankincense. And the only source I know for sacred frankincense is from Oman. And so sacred frankincense is a bit harder to find. Regular frankincense will work too. The interesting thing about frankincense, like if you're familiar with the ancient world, frankincense was used as an anointing oil Frankincense has a lot of orange vibration, and we know what orange does. It purges. So if you anoint a person in their forehead and the top of their head, etc., their heart, with the frankincense, it's going to start purging toxic energy out of these centers. As soon as you purge toxic energy out of a center, it'll become more active, and the person will start perceiving on more subtle spiritual levels.
สีส้มเขารู้ได้ไงเนอะเอออันเดอร์วูดสีน้ำตาลอะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ป่ะอืมค่ะ
Because once you have an energy center that's clogged full of toxic vibrations, you're not going to perceive things clearly spiritually. Maybe you can't even think clearly. But once you purge it out, things will go much, much better. So the other thing about frankincense, in addition to the orange vibration, is it has gold vibration. Very interesting. Doesn't necessarily have all of the three centering vibrations, the 3BG3, but it has the gold. That higher harmonic of gold energy is there. And so it's got gold plus orange. Very nice combo. So in addition to purging the center, it's also tuning it with the gold, because the gold will literally tune you to a higher vibration. Now, sacred frankincense is that taken to the max. It's a form of frankincense, a different, technically, but botanically, it's a different plant, but it's very related to regular frankincense, but it's specifically sacred frankincense. And what I do is I get the ones from Young Living, because they have very high quality sacred frankincense. In fact, I like it enough. That's one of the only oils that I buy from Young Living to actually sell commercially. They normally do a thing where you sign up to become like a distributor. I like it so much that I basically just have it so people can just buy it and use it, because I use it all the time. I use it anointing on my body, and I also use it on stones and put it in things to help to clear them. Sacred frankincense has a fantastic energy. And I haven't. This is a closed bottle of it. We do have some of it in the back. I've got an open bottle back here somewhere. I'll open it up at the next break, and if you want to come take a whiff of it or put some on, feel free to do so. I think it's got an incredible energy to it. The next method is the eco laser method, and this is a vibrational tool that we had made for us by some friends of ours in Chicago. And basically, this creates a green laser effect. It's essentially a green laser pointer. And you can essentially get a green laser or a red laser with basic commercial lasers. And what had to be done to it is it has to be broken down. The diode inside of it has to be taken out and thoroughly cleansed, because they're pretty dirty. And then the person that we get them from in Chicago does a process to them of permanently imprinting the diode. with extremely strong centering vibration and all of the 12 beneficial vibrations, all 12 beneficial vibrational bands. And that's the core vibration that's in it naturally. And so I've used this for many different purposes. I know a lot of people that use it directly on the body for clearing energy. Particularly if I'm doing something with the hands where the hands get contaminated, I'll just put it directly over the hands if I can't wash them at that time. And it can be used over any part of the body. Now, of course, don't put them into the eyes, like any laser pointer, don't use it in the eyes. It's very penetrating, so we don't sell it specifically for use on the body, but according to the FDA, it's of non-significant risk.
อืมอืมอืมค่ะที่ดีอ่ะจะถามว่าที่เราจะนัดกันที่ว่าจะไปที่สตาร์บัคตรงวันแบงคอกเนาะที่เราจะได้ประมาณ4 ชั่วโมงอ่ะพี่เจี๊ยบกับพี่แกมแหม่มว่างวันไหนอะคะเดี๋ยวดีจะได้แบบไปจองห้องไว้ก่อนแล้วเราก็จะได้แบบลงตารางกันด้วยว่าเอาวันไหนดี ใช่ที่เราจะแบบว่าไปนั่งแบบเหมือนเวิร์กช็อปเหมือน wrap up อ่ะที่เราเรียนมาเอาแบบเอาเหมือนนั่งสรุปกันก็ได้เอาว่าkey point มันเช่นแบบว่าเอออะไรนะ personal wavelength อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเรายังไงลองใช้อะไรอย่างนี้ก็ได้ใช่ใช่มันอย่างน้อยจะได้แบบไม่ตกหล่นหรือว่าแบบดิสคัสกันแบบในบางอันที่แบบอันนี้คลุมเครืออยู่หรือพาร์ทนี้อาจจะหลับไปนิดหน่อยแล้วงงๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะอืมพี่แก้มแหม่มสะดวกวันไหนคะคือดีอ่ะจะเดินทางอีกแล้วที่ประมาณช่วงสิ้นเดือนพอดีลูกดีเขาลูกดีจะมีไปแข่งหมากล้อมค่ะที่ไต้หวันประมาณวันที่20 กว่ากรกฎากลับมาอีกที่28ก็คือช่วงวันหยุดอะค่ะพฤหัสศุกร์เสาร์อาทิตย์จันทร์อย่างเงี้ยแล้วก็เดือนหน้าเขาจะมีไปแข่งบาสที่สิงคโปร์แต่ว่าเป็นช่วงวันแม่8 ถึง 11มั้งคะสิงหานอกนั้นก็ได้หมดว่างหมดค่ะ
เราเราจะเป็นช่วงเช้าหรือจะเป็นช่วงเย็นต้องเป็นช่วงเช้านะไปที่นั่นนะช่วงเย็นพี่แกมแหม่มจะไปไม่ได้เนาะ
ได้ค่ะช่วงเช้าก็ดีค่ะจะได้สมองสดใสค่ะกำลังดีนะดีว่า
อืมวันเสาร์ได้วันศุกร์ได้
นะเดี๋ยวดีขอเปิดตารางด้วยเช่นกันแบบนึง
วันศุกร์18ได้อยู่วันอาทิตย์เผอิญไม่ได้อาทิตย์นี้แล้วมันก็ต้องเป็นพฤหัสหน้าก็ได้ทั้งวันวันจันทร์ก็ได้อยู่อาทิตย์หน้าพี่แก้มแหม่มค่อนข้างจะว่างอยู่นะจันทร์ก็ได้อังคารก็ได้
ก็ได้นะคะเป็นวันจันทร์หรืออังคารได้เดี๋ยวนะคะแป๊บนึงเป็นจันทร์ไหมคะจันทร์หน้าไหมคะ
21ได้
เดี๋ยวดีขอเช็คอีกรอบหนึ่งว่าดิมไม่มีนัดใช่ไหมจันทร์ได้ค่ะค่ะเดี๋ยวดี
อืม
จองพี่แล้วอันของพี่มันเป็นสตาร์บัคไหนที่เคยไปอันนั้นนะสตอรี่ ดีว่าแต่ว่าดีว่าไปรีเซิร์ฟดีนะคะมันดูแบบมันดูเงียบหน่อยอะค่ะใช่ใช่แต่ห้องน้ำไกลมากจริงอร่อยดีไม่เคยไป
อืม สำหรับพี่แก้มแหม่มนะ จะที่ไหนก็ได้แต่ให้เป็นพาเหรดก็จอดรถเดินมันคุ้นละเดินถูก
อืมงั้นเอาที่แกพี่เอาที่พี่แกแหม่มสะดวกเอาที่พาเหรดก็ได้อยู่ชั้นไหนอะไรตรงไหนอะ3ใช่ปะ
แล้วมี
แล้ว
facility ใช่ไหม
เราดีจะรู้ได้ยังไงว่ามันเป็นสตาร์บัคอะไรไม่อันนี้มันไม่ใช่รีเซิร์ฟอันนี้มันก็คือต้องโทรจองก่อนใช่ไหมพี่เจี๊ยบหมายถึงอ๋อแอปเหรอคะเดี๋ยวนะไม่มีใช่ไหมแอป Starbucks เหรอคะเข้าแอปสโตร์แล้วก็โหลดใช่ไหมอ๋อเหรอเดี๋ยวดีลองทำดูโอเคก็คือเป็น Starbucks One Bangkok Parade ชั้น 3เหมือนดีจะไม่ได้เป็นสมาชิกเขาอะแต่ไม่เป็นไรใช่ไหมโอเคโอเคได้ค่ะเดี๋ยวดีเข้าไปจองให้ค่ะ
or whatever. It's a laser pointer in their eyes. But energetically, you'll find it's very penetrating. So if I've got toxic energy embedded in, let's say, in my body, I'll just talk about using it on myself, then it penetrates into the energy field very, very strongly. It's a laser light. So you don't have to use it for long, just for a few seconds. People that have very dense energy fields, they can handle it on the energy field for a longer period of time. People with very sensitive fields don't put it on for more than a second or two because it's very, very strong, the effect. 'But in
พี่
terms
ยั
of
บ
what we're
งั้น
doing here
เดี๋ยว
with
ดี
the
เดี๋ยวเราโจทย์ก่อนเนาะว่าโอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะไปทดลองใช้ตัวเอ่อเป็นเพนดูลัมแล้วก็เอ่อตัวอะไรนะอินโฟปาร์ตี้ที่เราจะลองดูว่า หรือว่าเดี๋ยวพี่เจี๊ยบจะลองหาก่อน
อืม
ใช่ดีว่าจะเยอะไปอินโฟปาร์ตี้ที่เราจะหาไอซีที่สำหรับล้างเพนดูลัมแล้วเรามาทดสอบกันอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมพี่โอเค แล้วใช่แล้วจริงๆวันนั้นมันเมื่อวานก่อนที่เราเรียนอ่ะที่พี่บอกว่าอะไรนะว่ายารักษาปะเหมือนกับว่าที่เราจะลองปล่อยคลื่นออกมาจากตัวอินโฟปาร์ตี้ว่าเอ่ออันไหนคลื่นไหนที่มันจะแบบรักษาได้ไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยใช่ไหมเราก็อาจจะเอามาทดสอบด้วยเนาะก็เป็น personal wavelength โดยใช้ info party โอเคกับ pendulum อืมเป็นพี่และ spiritual side เราเรียนอะไรนะที่เป็นเมืองไทยแล้วไอ้ที่ meridian นี่คืออันไหนนะก็ spiritual side เราเรียน spiritual side vibrational side แล้วก็crystal แล้วเราก็มี biogeometry อย่างนั้นโอเค  โ ให้มันเรียนไปได้ประมาณหนึ่งเนาะค่ะ
จะได้รู้จริงนะอย่างพี่แก้มตอนนี้ยังรู้ไม่จริงนะ
จริงเก่งแล้วพี่แกมแหม่มถ้าดีอายุเท่าพี่แกมแหม่มดีอาจจะนอนตื่นไปแล้วหมายถึงว่านอนเขานอนได้2 ทุ่มโอเคงั้นประมาณนี้เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ดีจองต้องจดไว้ก่อนว่าทำอะไรบ้างจะได้ไม่ลืมโอเคค่ะ
Crystals. It's one of my favorite methods for clearing the crystals. Some stuff that I just cannot get clean otherwise.
ของของเลยหมดค่ะขอ
I
งหมด
find I
ค่ะ
can go over it
เอ
with the laser light, and it
ไอตัวเลเซอร์ที่เขาใช้ก็บอกว่ามันเป็นปากกาเลเซอร์ทั่วไปนะแต่ว่ามันดีตรงที่ว่าหัวมันเป็นเส้นไงฉะนั้นถ้าเราดัดแปลงนะสมัยก่อนมีนะเลเซอร์ของเมืองจีนหรืออะไรมาให้มาให้เล่นหลายหัวเลยดาวมั่งสัตว์มั่งอะไรเนี่ยแต่ถ้าเราสามารถซื้อเลเซอร์แล้วเราทำเป็นเหมือนกับผ่านกล่องให้ออกมาเป็นเส้นยาวอย่างเงี้ยถ้าเราทำได้นะมันก็สแกนได้มันต้องการ
มีเขามีขายไส้นะที่มันยังมีเขามีขายไส้แต่เราอะซื้อปากกาเองได้ใช่ใช่อย่างนั้นหรือว่าเราอะลองซื้อไส้มาเพราะว่าราคามันก็แบบไม่ได้แพงรู้สึกจะ15 เหรียญเองมั้งดีท่านที่ดีเห็นนะก็ปากกาเลเซอร์ถ้าเขาบอกใช้ทั่วไปได้เราก็ซื้อแต่เราเอามาล้างก่อน
แต่คือต้องเป็นหัวที่มันออกมาเป็นเส้นไง visualization ของเราจะได้ไปตามนั้นไงเส้นกวาดกวาดกวาดลง
อ๋ออาจจะแบบ
will
ว่า
clear
ไอ้นี้
quite
ได้หมดใช่ไหม
ไปติดตรงไซส์ของหินที่เราจะล้าง
อืม
นี่อาจจะเจี๊ยบเรามาลองอันนี้อันหนึ่งวันนั้นอะเพราะว่านิโคล่าเขาใช้ถ่ายรูปไงถ่ายรูปหินที่เราล้างอะแล้วเราก็เอาใส่เออคือสมมติหินมันก้อนใหญ่ไปแล้ววางบนไอตัวเครื่องอินโฟปาร์ตี้ไม่ได้ไงก็ถ่ายรูปไงก็นิโคล่าเอาอันนั้นเอาไปรักษาลูกหมาไงเขาก็ถ่ายรูปลูกหมาแล้วก็เอาวางทับบนนั้นยังได้ผลนะฉะนั้นนำมาถ่ายรูปหินก้อนนั้นมาวันหลังเราทดสอบนะวันหลังเรามาลองทดสอบเออใช่เนาะอืม
quickly. It has the effect not only of clearing, but also of charging. It charges it with energy, as well as clearing. I also like to use it with any type of vibrational tool that I have embedded around my house, because the vibrational tools on earth energy lines or whatever may get contaminated. I'll just hit them with this quickly, and they'll quickly clear and get charged. So I use this over stones all the time. Now, it has optional inserts that are made separately, and the inserts can simply be put right inside the top of the laser like this. So what I did at one point and this is a topic I'm getting into in these online classes I'm making right now, is I wanted to go beyond the basic 12 vibrational bands, and I wanted to be able to break down every band into its subcomponents. So I broke down every band into 12. And so instead of a 12-band system, this gave us 144 bands. That allows you to be extremely precise about the energy, because you're still being quite general. If you're saying, well, there's a black band, infrared, red, that covers a fair amount of ground. But once you break it up into 12 components, then you can be extremely precise about exactly what the energy is. That actually opens up a whole new world of potential when you can go into these sub-bands, and you can identify all types of different phenomena there. And so, as an extension of this, there was a project to find the vibrational qualities of the 144 horizontal wave beneficial subbands, and to put those together as a composite set. And did the same thing with the 144 detrimental vertical waves, put them together as a set, and then found the antidote for all 144. To, in a sense, do like noise cancellation, sound cancellation, cancel the wave. And so we ended up then with two composite sets, one that is of all the 144 beneficial waves together, the other is the antidote for the 144 detrimental vertical waves. Jennifer, do we have those cards in the back?
แหม่มเคยเห็นอันหนึ่งนะแต่มันไม่ใช่ควอตซ์มันน่าจะเป็นเรซินแล้วข้างในจะเป็น12กษัตริย์แล้วก็มีสีเปลี่ยนไปเรื่อยๆ
Vertical and horizontal? We have one set in it. You only have one set left? Okay. We have a fairly limited number of those, and apparently we have none left at the moment. We do get them in from time to time, if people are interested in them. Basically, they are cards that we imprinted it into, and this one has the vibration for the antidote for all the 144 detrimental vertical waves. This has the composite of the 144 horizontal beneficial waves. Okay, thank you. And so these can be carried on the body, put on the body, etc. Then there's a matter of getting them into a form where they could be put into the insert. And so they're sold as an insert set, if you have the laser to stick them into, that add to the already existing vibrations of the laser, the either 144 antidotes to the vertical waves or the 144 beneficials. Long story short, In my laser, for my work, I always keep in it the 144 vertical wave antidote. Why? Because I'm trying to clear it out of the crystals very quickly, or out of my body, etc. So with that added to it, it cleans even more powerfully and more quickly, particularly for things like an obsidian or something of that kind that's absorbed a lot of toxic energy. I've had it there for like a couple of months and it's just soaked up an incredible amount of stuff, and it's really hard to get to. I find this clears it much more quickly. Now, I will use this in coordination sometimes with the water method, and I'll talk about combining these in just a moment. But this is one of my primary go-to methods. If I were sent to a desert island and I could only have one vibrational tool, it would be this if I could have a sufficient set of batteries. I use this every day. I don't go anywhere without it. I use it for all kinds of things, including on food, liquids I drink, all kinds of things. Quite remarkable. But in this case, using it on the crystals and just beaming it right over the crystals, it comes with 4 different tips that send out a different shape. But I usually keep in it the one for the line, because that helps me just to create a straight line that I can move over the crystals very quickly to clear and charge them. I also use it for things like over the bed before I sleep in it, when I'm traveling in hotel rooms, in the car, all kinds of things. Very useful tool. Do we have any of those? Jennifer, the laser?
Yes.
Okay. How about the inserts?
Yes.
Okay. So we're out of the cards, but we got the laser and the inserts at the moment. These are made in very limited numbers for us by the people in Chicago, and they don't have anybody else sell them but us, because we're the ones that worked with them on it. Okay, next is the sunlight method. And that's putting stones out in sunlight to clear them. What basically you're doing there is you're clearing it with what would be described in India as solar prana. It's the vibrational energy from the sun that does the clearing. But again, you have to be conscious of what you're working with, because some stones do not like this. Stones with sensitive coloration, like amethyst or citrine, etc., will bleach in the sun. And you'll find that they will lose power. You're going to lose the vitality of the stone. They don't like the sun. So be careful of stones with sensitive coloration, particularly amethyst and citrine. Also, do not put any stones related classically to the moon in sunlight. So selenite is basically gypsum. It's a very soft stone. And selenite does not like the sun. It's named for the goddess of the moon, Selene. So its name is telling you it's connected to the moon. Also, moonstone and pearl. These things classically connected to the moon, they do not like the sun. And it will strip energy out of them. Now, they're fine if you charge them in moonlight, but they don't like the sunlight. This is something known to virtually every classical tradition, which is why they give them names related to the moon. Now, moonlight is not super effective for clearing things, The sunlight's more effective for clearing it, but if you put it out in the sun, you're also getting the effect of charging it with the solar energy. Like with something like clear quartz, I'd be happy to put that in the sun. And if you put it in the moon, you're basically getting a charging with the lunar prana, with the moon energy, but not super effective for clearing. Then the earth method. People often say, well, just put the stone on the earth to clear and charge them. Well, that can work because now you're using the earth prana. You're using the earth energy to clear or charge them. And this can work. But the thing that I see people overlooking is where on the earth are you putting it? And they very commonly will just say, oh, well, just put it on the earth or dig a hole and stick it in the earth for a while and that'll clear anything. But sometimes I've tested that and I've seen that actually this is much more contaminated than when you put it in the earth in the first place. Because if you think about it, what if they put it on a place of a toxic geopathic line or on a crossing of toxic geopathic lines? They've just soaked that in vertical negative green for a couple of days and dug it back up. It's not going to be cleared, it's going to be more toxic. So you have to find a place that the energy is clear. Again, if you can test for energy, you know exactly where those lines are, and you won't put stones in the ground on toxic lines, zones, or crossings. But if you find a very clear space in the earth, and the earth has good energy, all the regular signs, nice green grass, a lot of things growing, a lot of songbirds and things being attracted to the area, then it'll probably work well to put it in the ground. Also, if you test and you find a naturally occurring sacred power spot, it has very strong centering vibration, very strong BG3, stones in the ground there will be very, very happy. And that'll work well. But do bear this in mind. Also, places where there's chemical toxins in the earth or electromagnetic stress like ground currents, this can really create serious problems. Also, if you live in areas of earthquakes or fault lines. If I lived in Oklahoma, I wouldn't be burying my stones in the earth. You've probably heard about the problems in Oklahoma, that after all the fracking, the amount of earthquakes has radically increased to the point that they're almost stopping denying that it's linked to the fracking. But there's terrible disruption of the ground plates now in Oklahoma. They're having constant seismic shocks, almost on a daily basis. And some of them are quite severe. People's houses are being knocked off their foundation, etc. That's not going to be easy to fix. Because, once you've messed up the mantle of the earth, you can't fix that easily. So in those places, I wouldn't use the earth method. But I've given you that list here of places to avoid for the earth method. Then, 58, essential oil spray. Since certain essential oils have a really good clearing energy, you can use those in a spray form. And what we recommend and what we use is what's called a Nanda spray. This is made by a master level pranic healer, somebody who really knows what he's doing. And he won't tell you the oils that are in it, but if you smell it, you can figure out some of them. Like it's got a very strong base of lavender. And lavender has a strong violet prana and has a higher level cleansing. And he's got a bunch of other stuff mixed in it too. But I know that he also does work, and I've talked to him about it, where he does a lot of higher level pranic projections of divine light energy into it. That's extremely clearing. So in the pranic healing system, if you see a high level pranic healer working, what they've been taught to do is
อืม ไม่นาน
As they're working on a person and extracting a lot of toxic energy and putting it in a salt water bowl, they might use their hand, but almost all the professional healers are going to use a prana crystal because it's going to make it a lot faster, easier, and help protect them as they do it. And every minute or so, you're going to see them pause and they're going to spray their hands with the essential oil spray, and they're also going to spray their crystal with it. And what that will do is this isn't their frame of reference, but when I test it, what it does is it takes the vertical negative green off of their hands and off the crystal, because that's the effect of the essential oils. In the ancient world, they cleared human energy fields using essential oils and the vibratory effects of them. So the essential oil spray is a great way to go. I like this much better than smudging. The smudging is a smoke. It has a vibrational quality from the oils of the material, but I find this works at least as well, and then you don't have the smoke issue. And again, of the different things, I could make it myself, but I actually myself use the stuff that we get, the Ananda spray, because the guy does such a good job with it. And I will spray that directly on crystals to help clear them, as well as on my hands when I'm working, or you can spray it all over the energy field. They also use it for things like when you cut cords on a person's body. They will then spray it directly on the point the cord has been cut to help to dissolve the cord scat or the cord remnant. It's very good for helping to clear things both at the energetic level as well as toward the astral, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels.
Cut cord แปลว่าอะไร
So essential oils
สเปรย์ตัวเราใช่ไหม
Spray can be very, very helpful. It's another thing I have in my toolkit all the time. And there's another form here that we don't have at the moment, and I'll just mention for people that know Slim Sperling's work. Slim Sperling created one particular form that's called a feedback loop, and it looks like a horseshoe. What it does is it draws energy in, spins it, clears it, and sends it out the other side in a constant loop. And what I find is that if I emplace certain types of crystals, large crystals that are supposed to help clear a location, and I put a feedback loop next to it, so the two openings of the horseshoe are right toward the crystal, it helps to keep it clear and charged. So what's my recommended method for clearing crystals? What do I personally do? I use an eco laser with a 144 insert. I find that to be the fastest, most effective way to clear the crystals. And I use it with the line tip that I showed you a moment ago. And I always test with radiesthesia to see when all the detrimental energy is cleared from the crystal. If I don't have that, or you don't have it, then I would say the go-to is to put the crystal into running water and test it when it's clear. If that's not enough, put the crystal into water and vodka, or water and an essential oil that has the effect of purging. But remember, with the water method, don't use any water-soluble crystals. Selenite is gypsum. It's very water-soluble. If you leave selenite in water overnight, you may not have much in the morning. So be careful of any soft or water-soluble stones. Hard stuff, no problem. Quartz, mystic merlinite, you could leave it there a long time, won't have any issue. Master method for clearing crystals. Place the crystal in a container, fill a container with water and vodka until the body of the crystal is completely covered, and then shine the eco laser with the 144 antidote inside through the water and vodka onto the body of the crystal. And that has cleared things that I've found impossible to clear otherwise. I've got an obsidian sphere this big that I've used to clear unbelievably horrendous stuff. And this soaked it up for months. And it was like, man, this is taking a long time to clear all this stuff out. And that's what did it. In the bucket with water and vodka, and shine the laser through the water and vodka into it, and just takes a big dump into the water and ready to go. So again, make sure what is in the bucket afterwards is flushed down the toilet and you rinse out the bucket, because that's some nasty stuff. If you test it with a vertical pendulum, ooh, that is harsh. So next thing is energy qualities for clearing crystals, people, and locations. Now we mentioned the other day about the 12 bands and a very short view of some of their functional effects. Again, we're going to go into a lot more detail on functional effects at all kinds of different levels in the upcoming Universal Vibrational Spectrum online class. But here's a few particularly for cleansing purposes. And for more information on this, the only real public book that I know that discusses this topic is the book by Master Choa Koksui called Advanced Pranic Healing. Fantastic, fantastic book. Advanced Pranic Healing talks about the use of color pranas in the pranic healing system, has very, very, very deep information about functional effects of colored vibration. So you can use white. White light, white energy, white vibration is a fundamental energy for activating things. If I want to activate a stone, I'll primarily use the white light because that doesn't change its vibration. Any type of colored vibration will change its vibration. But the pure white light, clear light vibration will activate it without changing its quality. It'll just bring out its quality. It'll do a very basic level of clearing if you use white light, but if you experiment and you test, you'll find that it doesn't clear as effectively as some of these other things. But it'll clear to some level. Orange, as we've talked about multiple times, expels toxic energy. Very, very useful. Green, this is used to disintegrate toxic energies, and it's often used to break up the toxic energies, to start to loosen them so they can be cleared before you apply the orange vibration. That's very common in pranic healing circles. And so the green prana is often applied first to start to loosen it and break it up because it helps to dissolve the toxic parts, and then the orange prana then literally expels it outward. But you got to make sure you expel it into the salt. Wardable and don't get it loose in the space. The other thing about this is the green is much safer. The orange in certain sensitive parts of the head and upper body can be problematic if you don't know what you're doing. And so I recommend using the green. So for like neophyte pranic healers, they would have them like sweep a person's field with pure green prana or green vibration because it's very safe, light green prana. It's safer than the orange. However, I will say with this that when they have these discussions from the pranic healing system about these colors and their effects, that there's an aspect of it of they're talking about the projections of the energy from a person's hands into an energy field. And one of the reasons that they're so cautious for things like the orange is because the intensity of the flow of the energy is hugely variable from one person to another. If you test it energetically, and you can do this with these pendulums. We're going to do more of that in the final class in the Vibrational Testing and Healing online series, show you how that works. But you can test the energies coming from the person's hand, and one person has a trickle of the energy, and they may not even be on target with the color. The color could be all over the place. Another person has like a tidal wave of the energy coming out, and could be incredibly precise. So people have very great differences in what they're energetically projecting based on their level of skill and internal energy, and all kinds of variables. So I will do things like I will use the orange vibration on people's heads, but not so much from an energetic projection from a person, because people are all over the map. You gotta be very careful with that. But from things like the orange vibration and the sacred frankincense. So we said the sacred frankincense has the orange vibration. It's also got gold. So I don't hesitate for a moment to put it on my forehead, top of the head, back of the head. I do that all the time. But if a person came up and said, oh, I'm going to project orange to your ajna center, to your third eye chakra, I'd say, no, that's okay. That's fine. Don't do that. So nature is very skilled. When nature has the orange vibration in essential oil, or even with a natural stone, then that's something I'm much more comfortable with. With energetic projections from people, there's certain colors to be circumspect about. And the next one is violet. It's used to clear energy similarly to...
เดี๋ยวดีอาจจะต้องขอตัวก่อนนะคะพอดีวันนี้สามีไปประชุมแล้วดีพาลูกเข้านอนแล้วดีเปิดไฟแล้วเขานอนไม่ได้ดีเดี๋ยวดีมาตามเรียนฟังได้ค่ะไปก่อนนะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
ไปแล้วก็ตื่นแล้ว
to the white vibration or white prana, but it's more penetrating and with a faster effect. Now in pranic healing circles, I want to tell you this just because it may help you at some point in the future. This is from the work of Master Choa Kok Sui and this book I mentioned. But I find a lot of people aren't aware of this, and it's very helpful to know. Violet can be combined with blue or green vibration, but don't combine it if you're doing energy projection from the hands with red, orange, or yellow. Now, I do see cases where stones have combinations of the violet with red, orange, or yellow, but nature did it, and they combine the stuff alchemically really well. A human being, I'm more circumspect. So in pranic healing, they just have a basic rule: do not combine a violet energy emission with red, orange, or yellow. Why? Because violet can amplify red to the point it causes cells to heat up, expand, and burst in the body. Violet can amplify orange to the point it can cause cells to explode. Violet will amplify yellow to the point it can cause chaotic, rapid cell growth. Although violet should not be projected at the same time as these colors, it may be projected before or after these colors in certain cases. For example, project light whitish red first and follow with projecting light whitish violet to rapidly strengthen an area of the body. So again, you might find essential oils, plants, crystals that combine these things harmoniously, and I'd be comfortable using them. But for people, you don't project these energies at the same time because it often doesn't work out well. Important to know. Now, interestingly, when you combine the violet with some of these other colors in its same part of the spectrum, so things like the blue and the green, not the really hot part of the spectrum, more toward the cooling part, light violet, light bluish violet, and light greenish violet was found by Master Choa in the pranic healing system to create regenerating effects, including healing damaged organs and nerves. Light bluish violet and light greenish violet creates rapid healing of fresh wounds. So they literally project these energies together for rapid regeneration of organs and nerves or rapid healing of fresh wounds. I think this is really good information. I have tremendous respect for Master Choa, who died a number of years ago, but he did tremendous amounts of research. I mean, he researched for decades exactly what does what. It wasn't guesswork, and his work is very, very useful. So I looked at this in addition to my own work with energy projections and testing it, which I'll get into some of the online classes. Again, I looked for these combinations in natural stones. And so what you'll find is that you get the energies of this part of the spectrum going toward the greenish, bluish, indigo, violet part with an adaptogenic crystal with the purple celestial quartz. And then with the, where did my piece go? The mystic merlinite, I'll just use this. The mystic merlinite has very, very strong violet and also quite a bit of indigo. So it's got violet and indigo violet. So I have not yet experimented with these stones, which naturally have these vibrations, for these things described here for healing damaged organs and nerves or rapid healing of fresh wounds. That's on my research to-do list, because I'm thinking that using these, particularly using them in the hand as an activator, I'll get that vibration directly into the field that way, and then projecting the energy out with the other hand, activator and then projection. Then I'm going to test that when I have an opportunity to see about healing damaged organs, nerves, or rapid healing of fresh wounds. With these two crystals, because they have the vibrations along this range. Also, I just want to mention again that with the mystic merlinite, I really like using the dish to put things in to clear. It has a really good clearing effect. I didn't add it to the list here, but since I first wrote that up, I've started using this more and more to clear crystals and things in. So after I've worn an obsidian necklace and it's absorbed huge amounts of vertical negative green from the environment, and I take it off, I used to always do a whole thing of putting it in water and running the beam over it to clear it. And lots of times now I just take it off and I put it straight into the mystic merlinite dish. And then I come back a few hours later. And it's usually clear. Sometimes it needs a little more help, but I'll usually do it. Then electric violet. We discussed this yesterday as a very important vibrational quality. That needs to be accessed above a person's head and then projected outward. And we mentioned one of the few things that can actually stabilize it so it doesn't break down almost immediately into gold prana and then into the red prana is amethyst. Projected into the amethyst, it can last for a long time, and then you can wear it around the neck if it's the Star of David pendant with the amethyst, or into a standing amethyst to become something to project that energy into a space. Then essential oils that can be used to clear crystals. Sacred frankincense, I mentioned before. Orange prana to expel toxic energies, also gold prana. Regular frankincense can also be used, but not as potent. Cedar wood oil. There's a reason why the cedars of Lebanon were used to create the Solomon's temple. Cedars are quite remarkable. Cedar wood oil has green prana and violet prana. So it works to disintegrate toxicity. Sandalwood oil, green prana to disintegrate toxicity, plus pink and gold pranas. One of the most important spiritual oils used for over 5,000 years in India. Lavender oil, bluish violet prana to clear toxicity. Lavender is a fantastic oil, does all kinds of things we're not going to get into in this class, but people involved in essential oils know how many good things you can use lavender for. You can use it for burns, all kinds of things. Very calming. But here's a really cool thing to know about lavender oil. If a person has symptoms of Kundalini syndrome, which is extremely common and often unrecognized by spiritual people, they're getting a spontaneous activation of the base of the spine energy. It's coming up. They're getting all of this chaotic, strong flow of energy up the body. It's not going up the central channel. It's getting diffused into side channels. That's creating different types of disruption. They start thinking in a chaotic manner, a hard time relaxing. It can lead to headaches. It can have all kinds of things. Diverted Kundalini risings is a undiagnosed epidemic amongst spiritual people. Because Kundalini rising is going to be a natural part of the multiple stages of spiritual awakening. That's always been understood in the Himalayan tradition. And other traditions know about it too, they just don't talk about it as much. So, long story short, person has problems with too much heat in the body in general, and specifically with the Kundalini sickness or Kundalini syndrome, apply lavender oil to the body. Very, very, very helpful. Whether it's an external burn or excessive heat in the body or a Kundalini, apply lavender on the outside of the body, particularly in the areas affected. Of course, everything I'm saying about oils is external use. None of this is for internal. It's all external. Another important oil I want to mention to you is called hyssop oil. People today don't even know what hyssop is, but back in biblical times, it was one of the most important biblical oils. It's mentioned in the Bible the most after myrrh and frankincense. It's the third most referred to oil in the Bible, after myrrh and frankincense. What does it have? It has violet and blue prana. Interesting thing about it is just like amethyst is the receptor to hold electric violet energy among the mineral realm, the same thing in essential oils in the plant realm is hyssop. Hyssop is the essential oil that can be charged with electric violet and can hold it. That's one of the great things about essential oils. You can charge them the way that you can charge a crystal, and the oils will hold it. They're like liquid crystals is what they really are. And so
รู้สึกเขาม้ารู้สึกจะเป็นหญ้าหางม้าเขาเรียกเหรออ๋อตัวนี้
the oil that can hold electric violet, like amethyst, is hyssop. Then I've got to mention here about the best crystals to use to extract toxic energy from the human energy field. That's what we discussed yesterday, that the Vogel crystal is a fantastic tuned crystal for all kinds of uses. It can be used to extract toxic energy as well as project beneficial energy, as well as all the things that we discussed yesterday. But again, you have to be careful. I wouldn't use it for a long time extracting a lot of toxic energy from people unless I was outside, and I'm careful where the back projection is going to. The main form used, the form used by all the pranic healers today, because of the research done by Master Choa and what he recommended to them, is the modified form that has the rounded back, so you don't get so much projection of energy out of the back of it. But even then, when they're extracting a lot of toxic energy, you hold it like a pencil and not against the palm, so you don't absorb the toxic energy. And I'm going to do a quick demo on this, and a very simple method that you can use with this when we come back from our break. And we just want to review this concept about the use of activator crystals, which is a crystal that is held in the receptive hand, whatever that is for you, the non-dominant hand. So for me, it would be the left hand. And the activator crystal has the effect of activating your energy field. So if I was to hold something like, let's see if I have them up here anymore, something like the Star of David pendant by Marcel Vogel, the effect of that is activating and balancing the upper and lower chakras, if that was held in the receptive hand. Or if I hold a piece of the mystic Merlinite, I'm going to get the effect that it has of transmuting the toxic energy to beneficial. If I'm holding a piece of the iron rose quartz, it has the effect of vitalization and recharging. So whatever you're holding in the receptive hand is having that effect to help to empower your energetic field. Now it's similar to the concept that you find in classical traditions with pictures like the healing Buddha. The left hand is out, it's receiving a downflow of divine energy. Right hand is forward and projecting energy outward. So it's part of this thing of bringing in the divine energy from above. So it's recharging your field the whole time you're projecting outward. So you're not projecting out your personal energy. You're taking in the universal chi field, the universal energy, bringing it into you, through your field, and it's constantly flowing through. Then the healer feels stronger and more empowered at the end of the healing instead of feeling drained. That's a fundamental concept in energy healing. But now instead of just having the hand open to the general flow, we have a crystal of some kind in the hand to provide a specific vibrational quality, remembering what we said about the crystals being a literal crystallization or anchoring of a divine quality or function or vibration on the physical plane. So that opens up a huge body of work for what do you use in an activator crystal. You're using that to activate your own system and to strengthen your own system while you're doing the energetic work. But you could also use what's in the receptive hand as what is then being projected out of the other hand. So, put as simply as possible, option A, the activator crystal in the receptive hand is strengthening and activating your field with the function to keep you strong while you're doing something else with the other hand for healing. Or option B, it's actually the vibration of the stone held in the receptive hand that's getting fed through your body to go into whatever is the vibration that you're projecting from the other hand. So either it's strengthening you, or it's going into what you're projecting to the other person, or both. So the activator crystal concept is a very important one. It's very, very helpful. And it's part of keeping yourself strong and clear in the midst of doing energetic healing work and not getting tired or drained by it. Even things like the Vogel crystal. If you weren't using the Vogel crystal as the projection crystal, if I was using a prana crystal instead, when I do that, and I do this not infrequently, I'll be using a prana crystal in my projecting hand to project the energy or draw out the toxic energy. And then in my receptive hand, I have my Vogel because it's one of the optimal forms for actually activating my whole field and opening up the major centers in the field automatically. It's also connected to the activation of the tree of life or symbol of life energy pattern in the body, which we're going to discuss after lunch. Projecting hand to project the energy or draw out the toxic energy. And then in my receptive hand, I have my Vogel because it's one of the optimal forms for actually activating my whole field and opening up the major centers in the field automatically. It's also connected to the activation of the tree of life or symbol of life energy pattern in the body, which we're going to discuss after lunch. Then we have 7 essential keys to safely extract toxicity from the human energy field. First, of course, is proper disposal of extracted toxicity using salt water bowls. The second is invocation of divine help, because we want to have spiritual beings come to help to direct and assist the work, but also in case we make any mistakes to modify the work that we do to ensure we have only beneficial effects. Just like we talked about in dealing with detrimental energies, we always think about detrimental energies from the outside affecting us, but we also need to think about our detrimental energies affecting others. Same thing here when you're doing healing work on a person. The invocation for spiritual help is not only for helping the person we're working on, but also making sure that we don't make any mistakes that harms the person. Next, direct testing and monitoring of the energy centers of the body. to ensure safe and effective removal with no damage being done to the system. A lot of different methods for doing this. I use the vibrational radiesthesia system. It can be applied to any energy center of the body. See if it's in or out of balance using the personal wavelength method. See if it's getting back in balance. Or I can test the actual vibrational qualities there with the 12-band system. People that do hands-on healing works are taught to be able to scan the energy field and energy centers to get a read on them. There's ways to test the energy centers with pulse diagnosis, etc. Next, the use of correct energy qualities to perform the extraction of toxic energies. And we talked a moment ago about what some of those key energy qualities are. Next, the use of an activator crystal in the receptive hand, which we just talked about, to keep our energy field strong and a powerful flow of energy in our system so we don't get depleted. Then, number 6, the use of the prana crystal in the active hand, particularly when we're working with detrimental energies. It helps to make the extraction process faster, stronger, and to protect our field while we're doing it. Because otherwise, we would be using our hand to help direct the energy outward. The crystal is acting as a buffer to our field. Let me just say another quick word about this, also connected to the work in pranic healing and concepts from Master Choa Kok Sui, which is that it is possible to do healing through direct energy projection straight from the chakras into a person's field, and some systems do that. It's recommended not to do that because it's very common that in the feedback that is connecting the two people, if you get the feedback of what you're working on from the other person and goes straight into the chakra, that can be very damaging to you. The hands are already energetic buffers in the body and energy field. And so our use of the hand is something to protect our energy centers. If I send the energy directly from the energy center to the person, it's directly exposed. And if the feedback of toxic energy goes past the outer protective layer of the chakra and into that inner mesh or grid of the chakra and tears it, that can be extremely destructive. So I always want to protect my energy centers. So that's why so many systems use the hands to project the energy. It's not that the centers can't project it directly, it's that we want to protect them as much as possible, so we use the hands as a buffer, an intermediary between what's generating the energy in the centers and the other person's field. The use of the crystal is a classic method for being able to have an additional layer of buffer and to increase the strength and coherence of the energy. Then number 7, the use of a counterclockwise rotation when you're extracting toxicity from the human energy field is common to many, many traditions. Then 4 methods for clearing detrimental energy from the human body and energy field. So body method number 1, putting a stone And we usually use tumbled smooth palm stones or pebbles of a stone directly on the body. For extracting toxic energy, we'll normally instruct the crystal to absorb all toxic or detrimental energy, entity, and thought forms from the part of the body it's been placed on. And then, if it's the mystic merlinite, I'll instruct it to then transmute it to the centering vibration. If it's obsidian or something of that kind, then I'll ask it to hold the vibration until I can clear it. These types of things. But this is something that I do all the time. I do it on myself and I do it on other people, is putting the stones on the body, in this case for extracting toxic energy. It's extremely fast, it's extremely effective. Number 2, wearing a stone, especially obsidian, etc., on the body, which is instructed to absorb detrimental energies, entities, and thought forms. We discussed that before. Body method number 3, using a prana crystal on self or client with counterclockwise rotation to pull out toxicity and dispose of in a saltwater bowl. You can also use a vocal crystal if the work you're doing is outside due to the release of the toxins out of the back termination. And you could do this really with any crystal. Any crystal will work. It's just that these have been formed to be optimal for the purpose, but if you don't have them and you have something else, then you could use another crystal with the same intent. Body method number 4, rotating a pendulum with an activated and instructed absorbent stone to extract toxicity from the body and energy field. So for example, you can get things, and we may even have a couple here, I'm not sure. I have in my repertoire the obsidian pendulum. And so I can instruct the obsidian pendulum to extract and hold detrimental energy, entities, thought forms, etc. And in that case, rather than using the obsidian as a stone on the body to absorb it, which is something I also do fairly frequently, I will in this case then actually rotate it over the body to pull it out with the rotation of the pendulum. And that can be effective. You just want to make sure it's going into the pendulum and not into you. That's one of the dangers of counterclockwise rotations, is you're pulling energy out. You got to make sure it's getting absorbed here and not into you. So for my own testing, what I do as I'm practicing that is I'll then pause, and I test it in the beginning. There's no vertical negative green on my hand, no vertical negative green on the pendulum. Do some extraction from the person, and then I test the pendulum. It should have vertical negative green getting stronger in it because it's pulling it out, and I should test my hand and there's no vertical negative green. If I'm getting some, then if I'm going to continue that method, I would definitely spray my hand to help keep it clear.
อืมอืมเรียกอะไรนะเมื่อกี้ใช้อะไรนะอ๋อคริสตัลเพนดูลัมออ s ซิเดียนเรามีไหมหรือว่าเป็นหินชนิดหนึ่ง
Then 3 methods for energy clearing of the home, office, and the environment. So the first method we just discussed is clearing the human body or energy field of detrimental energies with stones. Now we're doing it in a location. So method number 1 is the placement of stones for long-term use at a set position to keep a location clear. It can be used in any space. Usually they're placed toward the floor, toward the bottom level in the room. Also, as we said before, it could be established in the bathroom where toxic energy is processed in a house. Obsidian and smoky quartz are classic optimal stones for this purpose. Also, for this purpose, larger forms of the mystic merlinite with the added transmutation of the energy also can work. For this, the flame form is very, very good. The spheres also work well for this. Location method number 2. Focused space clearing by placing a stone at a location of high toxic energy and instructing it for high power extracting for a short period of time. You'll sometimes, when you're in a location, you'll find a particular location in the room is full of toxic energy for whatever reason. Sometimes it's from an emotional source. It's from some type of emotional projection that contaminated the space, and that can be very, very sticky. It can be hard to clear sometimes. For those of you that have taken the biogeometry course, there's a series of different geometric shapes that we use to identify different levels, and then to test to see what level the disturbance is on. And we'll also be going into some other systems from other traditions to do this in the upcoming online classes in the vibrational testing and healing system. But many traditions have ways of testing for what plane level the problem is on. Is that disturbance, is that vertical negative green energy at the physical level, at the etheric energy level? Is it at the emotional, the mental, the causal, higher spiritual? And so when you find a disturbance at whatever level, you can then put a large absorbent stone in that part of the room and instruct it to absorb all that toxic energy for a period of time. And this is normally done on site, but if you can't do it on site, it could be done remotely through connecting the energy of the stone to the site. Could possibly also be done on a photograph. And again, for this, I never assume it worked. If I have a photograph, I'll test the photograph to see the toxicity in that part of the room. Then I'll put the stone in to absorb it. The stone has no toxicity in it to begin with. I go back, the stone should be full of toxicity, and that space in the room is now clear, testing on the witness. Next, location method number 3, gateway or guardian crystals. These are established at specific locations, like boundaries at the entrance to a room that you want to keep clear. So we discussed this earlier. Again, you set it up right next to where people go in and out of a space. This can be done with a single crystal on either side of a gateway, but it's even more powerful when 2 properly activated and instructed crystals are used, one on either side of the doorway. Think of the old Egyptian temples where they would have obelisks on either side of the entrance to the temple. That bracketing with stone is a classic method. And then I just have the note here about the use of sea salt for clearing. And so we mentioned that some stones don't like salt, don't use salt water with them, don't put them on salt. Others, they're okay with it. So things like a large obsidian will sometimes put on salt, and it'll help to keep the stone clear. Also, you can tell by testing the salt how much toxicity it's processing, because lots of times the salt will get very, very toxic. And you'll need to change the salt from time to time if the stone's really working very actively. So even if you don't have time to, let's say, clear a large obsidian that's absorbing a lot of toxic energy in a space, you can change the salt under it, and that'll help it to keep operating as well. And Jennifer, are you up for a quick demo? I'm going to give you just a very quick demonstration of how it works with the prana crystal to absorb detrimental energy, pull it out of a person's body. Not that Jennifer is especially toxic, but rather, when one works with the public for an extended period of time, one tends to absorb all kinds of strange vibrations. And so, one of the things that you can always do to test for detrimental energies in the body, you may have other methods, is to test for locations of vertical negative green, and normally after sitting in one place for a while in a room with electromagnetics and all kinds of stuff, and you've been working with electronic equipment, then usually you'll find some vertical negative green has built up in the body, especially around the solar plexus. It's very common. And so let me just test here. That's fine. So if I'll just go straight to the solar plexus. And so I'll just see the amount. I'm testing for vertical negative green. And vertical negative green is very common if you've been working on computer, electronic equipment, around electrical outlets, etc. You'll start soaking it up. Okay. So you have some buildup there at the solar plexus, as might be expected. And so the basic method is to use the prana crystal, as we've said before, holding it like a pencil so that it's not discharging back into the hand. Again, it's much safer than the Vogel crystal because it doesn't have a back termination, but still, nonetheless, I don't want it to project directly back into me. So this would be the preferred form of crystal to use to extract toxic energy. Someone like a pranic healer that has hour-long sessions and does 5 clients in a row, they're extracting a lot of toxic energy out of the field. To further empower my field for activation crystal, I'm going to use a Vogel in the other hand. Since the Vogel is one of the primary forms for strengthening the field, multiple centers at once, I'm going to use that. If I did not have that present with what I have currently in front of me, I would choose to use the Mystic Merlinite, because it helps to work to transmute the toxic energy to beneficial. I could, if I choose, to stick it in my pocket and get that in my field that way. All those things are fine. But just for simplicity, with the activation crystal. Then if you will, let's move this out a little bit. Yeah. Okay. And you can just stand, like let's say right here. Actually, let's move back. We'll just put it right in front of the, so people can see better. Yeah. Now, normally this would be part of an entire process where you would start with general sweeping of the field, of straightening the health rays. Depends on what systems you use, all kinds of different things. And then you go into extraction. For our purposes, I'm just going to go straight into a very simple extraction of toxic energy from the field. And for this, as I've said before, I don't want to stand directly in front of her when I do it, because if the area starts to purge, then I want it to go into the salt water bowl and not to me. And you can actually direct its flow to the salt water bowl. And in fact,
Safe, don't worry. They're like, oh my goodness.
if it really starts to go, just turn right toward Jerry.
Thanks.
So let me test the salt water bowl first and see what it's got in it.
Spray, some spray.
Okay. So I'm going to put some spray on it, see if that reduces it. A little bit. Okay, so it's fairly weak at this point, what's in the salt water. Now I'm going to start with just an invocation for the spiritual beings to help. Beloved source of all being, the One, beloved Christos, Sola Logos, beloved Holy Spirit, guardian angel, beloved holy masters, helpful elementals, angelic beings, thank you for the great, great blessings. Thank you for your help. Please assist us in this clearing, that all the work be for the greater good of myself and for Jennifer. Please guide and protect the work for a complete and effective clearing. Thank you for your help. And so the basic method is that we're going to use, again, the pointed projected end of the prana crystal, and we're going to make a counterclockwise motion. Now we can do this just with an energy projection through the crystal, or it can be a particular type of colored vibration or prana. So for this, the vibration that helps to break up stuck energy is the green vibration. So I'm going to project some light whitish green into the solar plexus, and then start extracting it out. Is that too hard, or is that okay?
Okay.
And as we mentioned before, it's very common to pause to spray the hands and to spray the crystal to keep it clear.
เขามีเป็นห้องให้ใช่ไหม
Okay. Again, that's just
For the guy that's wrong.
just a very short method just for the extraction part and not the other parts of a session. I'm going to, well, before I do that, let me just test. And let me test to see if we've got see what we got here. Okay. It's not all gone, but it's greatly decreased from what it was before. And now I'll test the salt water bowl. And so there's a lot more now in the salt water bowl. Yeah.
ภาพกระตุกมากคืนนี้มันมองไม่เห็น
Okay,
ตามจ
then
ริง
we
ไม่เห็นตามจริง คือมันนิ่งอ่ะนิ่งมันไม่มัน
usually end with a thanks. Thank you to all the beneficial beings that have helped us with this work. Thank you for the great, great blessings. Amen. Thank you. So again, for those of you trained in hands-on healing work, you know there's many, many other steps that you go through in a session. I just want to show you that one particular piece using these tools for extracting the toxic energy out. You're literally going into the field with the counterclockwise motion. You're pulling out the toxicity. It very much helps if you can see in your mind's eye the toxic energy there. Often it's perceived as a type of smoky, dark energy. Sometimes you'll have other perceptions of it being greasy or has various types of nasty forms if it's bad energy you're pulling out, and literally seeing it coming out as you're pulling it. And if you can feel it vibrationally as you pull it out, that's also good. So what we want to make sure at the end of the work is that I don't have that on my field. So I'm going to test. And since my right hand is doing the extraction, I just want to see if I've got some. Okay, I've got a little bit on the hand, that's not bad. And I had used the spray, and that's probably what cut down the impact of it to begin with. And then I'm going to use the laser on the hand. There was already a very small amount there, but at that point, after I use the essential oil on and the laser, then the hand is clear. Because we don't want to end up with toxic energy in our field or on our body after doing the work. So that's the basic idea of using the prana crystal and extracting the toxic energy. Again, always remember to use the saltwater bowl method to collect that energy. Because again, I often see people doing this type of work and just leaving it ambient in the space, and the space gets really nasty. Another thing that's useful is when you have classes with a lot of people in it, and you do any type of work that's energetic, virtually anything, people start releasing all types of stuff. So it's useful to have the saltwater bowls so that you can kind of start pulling the energy of the room and directing it into the saltwater bowl to try to help keep the space clear. And you can also use the crystals and things in the space for that purpose.
ต้องมาดูทวนอีกนะมันน่าสนใจมากแต่ช่วงหลังๆมันเข้าหูซ้ายทะลุหูขวาหรือว่าเราอยู่ตรงนี้บ้างเริ่มง่วงแล้วหมดสภาพ ใช้ให้เป็นไอตัว2-3ตัวเนี้ยไอเพนดูลัมแล้วจะมีความหมายมันจะมีประโยชน์มากโอเควันพุธเจอกันใช่ไหม biogeometry ก็ดูเท่าที่ก็เราไม่จำเป็นต้องดูให้หมดใช่ไหมแล้วก็ดูหมดสภาพเมื่อไหร่ก็หยุดแต่ถามเจี๊ยบว่าคืนนี้ที่โรเบิร์ตเขาของวิดีโอของโรเบิร์ตเนี่ยฝั่งเจี๊ยบไม่กระตุกใช่ไหมที่อัดอะไม่กระตุกนะเพราะว่าเวลาเรามาดูทวนจะได้ไม่มีทางฝั่งพี่เนี่ยมันจะแทบจะไม่ได้ความอะตุ๊บตุ๊บแบ่งอะไรเนี่ยเออนี่หนักวันนี้หนักวันอื่น แต่วันก่อนก็เป็นเหมือนกันนะพี่แก้มแหม่มก็ไม่ได้ไปมายมันแต่พอวันนี้มาดูว่าเอ้ยไม่ได้ถ้าเป็นอย่างนี้เราจะไม่ได้ความเลยไงปากพูดมือมันไปคนละอย่างไงแต่ว่าถ้าที่อัดไว้ไม่เป็นก็ยังดีไม่เป็นไรไม่รีบร้อนไม่รีบร้อนที่จะเรียนรู้เจี๊ยบก็เหมือนกันนะเจี๊ยบทำงานหนักตลอด